Oh, hey, Fearless. How's it going? And hello to anyone watching this video in the future. Just getting all my notes together because I did a bunch of restructuring of the game, and, well... I'm going to be pretty hard at it to do some changes so the story plays out better. Well, that reminds me. Let's see. There's so many little things I gotta do in the background. I should have been doing this earlier, but instead I was trying to get the page for Poppet Quest to work on itch.io, which was not the best decision, probably. Or like, we can't put any image larger than 3 megs, including animated stuff. It's almost time for breakfast? Nice, nice. Oh, I finally have a version of the game out. You can download it and play it, whatever. Is it a great version? Nah, the intro story is too long. But it is available. It is free. And there will be a new version out at the end of this week that's better than that one, so... But I'm going to shorten the intro story and really space it out, which I already laid everything out last time. So today I'm going to add in more story and, well, not add in more story so much as move the story around and code it so that maybe I'll the player just talk to her, like talk to Tinka. Like you could just skip her, and then all those people who really don't want to see any kind of story can just not. Oh, nice. Hmm? Feel free to, you know, post on the page or something like that, you know. Chat with me on there. Interact with it. Be one of the... I'll be the second person to actually take a look at it. Alright, so where is my dialogue here? I wrote most of the new dialogue. It just comes down to, do I make it completely... Oh, thanks. Do not have as many followers on itch as I do on YouTube. Probably not. Probably not. I have so many more on YouTube. Alright, so I need to adjust this particular event here. It's actually this one. I put in all this information here, and it's largely just going to waste. Yeah, about that. Definitely about that. I have my game dev Bible on the other screen. It goes over all the stuff. I need to put images in here so it can literally just be a map of everything I need to do. So, where are we at here? I went through and changed some of this dialogue because since I removed all the I removed the entire part where she actually would talk to the player and have them walk back through the paintings and tell them a story. Because people found that, well, one person found that boring, but you know, I think it's also kind of long too. I also think I could divide up how often she tells people lore about the attic. I don't think they need to be telling them everything right off the bat. I don't think the player cares that much. I think the player would like to kill things. I also need to make a tutorial image so that you can see the controls immediately. I bolded them on the download page. I made them larger so people would be less likely to miss them, and then, well, I'll probably add something to the main menu where you can literally see the controls there. And then I'll probably, I'm not making a full tutorial yet. That's not going to be in this version, but I need something as a placeholder. So, I'm thinking that's where I want to be. Right, you're saying that? Yeah, I can say I've played Pizza Tower. I may get around to it at some point, I don't know. Yeah, the game is free on itch, so, you know, give it a test. Let me know how it goes. I can already tell you some of the problems that people encounter, but goodness knows, I don't know all of them. Especially since the only test so far has literally been just the intro story. And like about 5 minutes of the combat, but he didn't read any of the controls, so he had no idea what to do. It was amusing and awkward at exactly the same time. I didn't think anyone would fixate quite that much on the intro. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, yeah. Okay. I have too many things open over in these other windows. Busy shuffling everything here. Okay. I'll work on the itch.io page. Sorry, itch.io page in a bit. Okay. Okay, so painting sits there and turns itself into that. I need to fix this. I broke it last time. I was trying to fix the glitch on the how that's done, so I'm gonna have to redo that. Right, I didn't change that. I wish I kept better track of exactly what I changed, but I did not. I need 3 monitors so I can sit there and monitor the chat and do this, because sometimes I get really into this, I'll miss what's actually going on in the chat, and it's like, how about that? Oh, I didn't link this in the Discord. Let me do that really fast. Doop. Now that that's been linked, I have this set up here, I have that set up here. Move this over to the side. There's so many things just sitting here. Good, I can shrink the chat much smaller. Perfect. It's pretty much a nightmare. What's going on this other screen over here? Okay. She's up, give back my window. She bashed herself into the glass. Right about here, I change it. No time, only window. And this is where it changes. Because since she's no longer going to walk him amongst that, she'd change what she'd say to fit a different thing. So, time to do exactly that. Gonna be a lot of copy pasting from my document over here. I can get all my English at least semi-correct, or at least Google correct, which I guess is close enough. Maybe? And then... yeah, this is just gone. Okay. I regret that I can't listen to the other music, but I had a weird copyright issue, and I'm trying to resolve that. I forgot which one of the songs is copyrighted amongst like the 300 I have there. I should really vet songs before I test it like that. Alright, and then there's this. Is this the best dialogue in the world? No, probably not. Do I make it better every time? Yep. I'm definitely a slow and steady wins the race kind of guy. I'd rather have a game up that people can play with and then they can decide if they like it or not. I mean, if they hate it, okay. But if I have no game up, then, well, no one's going to try it in the first place. It doesn't really matter. Like, I'll have 0 reactions. I'm going to break it a little differently. I'm going to break it right here. So you have. Just you have makes more sense, I think. The chance you have now. You have now. And likely won't. Oh, it's missing the pop. So it knows to go right above this. Okay. I have to remember, it doesn't actually show this, so technically I should be spacing the writing differently, I believe. That's there. Huh. I really want to fix this to the point where it's like a much more playable prototype that people like, and then I might just take a while and play games. I don't know. I am starting to realize that people might not be that excited about game dev. I mean, some people are, I guess, but I don't know. Stuff like this, like there's some portions of game dev that just aren't fun to watch. It does seem like something that is for someone else. I'm getting watch hours, so I don't know. But it's really just a handful of people doing most of the watch hours, so thanks to them, definitely. Wait a minute. Did I just add those to the wrong one? Oh no, I might have. Which one did I open last? Well, I made some changes at the end of the other one there, so this... Oh my god, I opened the wrong version. Ugh. And to copy paste some dialogue, huh? Yep, this is the latest version. Sure. Okay, so we'll just copy paste all that so it doesn't require any extra brain power. There's a lot of differences between those two versions. Oh my gosh, there's so many differences. Oh wait. There's a lot of weird changes I made, isn't there? Is there? Which is the new one? Are you the new one? These things look exactly the same. It's so annoying. Wait a second. I'm just gonna. Yeah, sure, whatever. Hit OK. Hit OK. I'm just gonna redo it. Get all confused here. No need to mess with things and try to do all sorts of strange things like the copy paste stuff and have the event be completely different. No, no. Let's just double check it. Whatever. Shouldn't take that long. You are the right one, right? This is the one with replaced. I mean, I literally went and opened it. Well, I want to double check to spend all that extra time. Yeah, replaces there. Good, good. All right, well, disorganized as always. Sounds about like me. Yep. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. I don't really change anything up until where she says no time for chatting. And that's where a lot of the changes happen. Alright, yeah, that's the big change. I actually added a bunch of things there, it looks like. I actually did some ghetto writing, but I think my new writing is better. Or at least not worse. I'm gonna redo a bunch of pictures for her too. I think it doesn't even have extra pictures yet. There's an extra space in there. Google didn't tell me. Where did I put that? Did you cancel? Oh my gosh. I should sleep more than I do. I just am like all over the place, seems like tonight. Okay, honestly, I think I can get all this on one page. Because of the fact that that can actually go a little farther over. No, I really can't, can I? Fairly different. I'll have to see just how far I can make it go. And if I can do that, then it'd be very handy. But otherwise, it's just a lot of. That is far too long. Copy and then paste, and then we're just gonna put this last line down here. Don't delete that. I think that covers everything. So I guess I'll double back through just to be certain I didn't miss anything. I really slept like no time last night, so I'm just like going. I think I'm going to put the other ones back to exactly what they were, not use the replace thingy, and just leave the temporary graphical glitch there to switch the things. And then just later on change it. Because I really want to put the story together and have it be better, and I'll leave the glitch there for the first thing. I don't really care that much. I want to restructure the entire game so that it makes more sense, so it directs the player better, and fix some of the real problems, which I think is just a lot better than spending a couple hours fixing a stupid glitch and questioning why I don't use our Unreal Engine, which I'd still actually opened as. Oops. I don't want to show up this early to stream. I don't think anyone ever shows up until like 3 usually, other than like someone will show up for like 5 seconds. No, Daz, do not open. I don't need you open. You are likely to crash the stream. Let's see. Window have missed you. Blah blah blah. Hits her head. Oh, I can't pass. Blah blah blah. Give back window. Blah blah blah. The girl's just a painting. Away from my window. Maybe a paint lady can help. Just leave me. Must find the window. The girl stay for a moment. Blah blah blah. And for chatting, only window. Poor thing. Talk too much. Definitely hope it doesn't. Not reading the full line is just kind of doing it. I need to fix the 3 dots here because for some reason when you copy paste over from Google Docs, it does that. Okay. And then I think I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna leave it as it is, right? So just regular curiosity, and then just this will just say add. I'm really not looking to do some extreme coding right now. I'd really just prefer it to just work for now. If I divide my thoughts on 2 different tasks, like writing and then something else, what will happen is I will largely just end up confused. Also, I have a better idea for how I'm going to do the skip. So, on the actual menu screen here, not that one. I reverse the order. I'm so used to the other order. No. Yes. Yes, but skip the intro story. Start a new game. You put a weight, like I guess 30 on there just cause. We'll turn the cell switch C off if that's the case. Yes, just does these. And then on the opening cutscene, I can just do this, right? That's way better than having two different events for it. Just literally give them the option right here if they really want to skip it. Okay. So let's see here. New version is much better. Oops. Well, first of all, let me fix that because it doesn't pop zero that at all. It's like slash pop zero, right? I don't even know. People and all their weirdo codes. There's just no consistency amongst all these codes, so it's just kind of a nightmare remembering them all. So I copy paste all the time. Yes, but skip the intro story. Skip it. Skip it. Well, let me make a bit quick change here. So we'll put him at like 200 and then 220, I guess. Do I set the location here? Maybe I do. Just make it 200 like that. So just put a 0 at the end of it. I was thinking. And these switch if you do that. So I need to put wait, no, it's Poppet window, which is 153. Yawn. Do I want to have him skip the the little part where Tinka talks in the very beginning? Maybe. I guess I can. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. What in the world? Why is that one way over to the side? Well, it fixed itself there. But it started off way over to the side. That doesn't make any sense. Why did it end up that far over either? Ugh. Hmm. And that time it worked fine. Except for now, this is too far over to the side. They're both too far over to the side. How in the world? It's the frames that are too far in the walls, but the pictures are in the right location. If you're far enough away, then I think it fixes the problem. Let's test. I think this one's just too far over the side. It's placing the walls incorrectly. Alright, so... all this because I want to build a way to skip the intro. For some reason, just placing them there causes a glitch in the background. Because why wouldn't it? Well, that's changing the emitter location, but I think that'll just push it way far up. Memory serves. It doesn't usually serve very well, but let's assume memory does serve. Yeah, it pushes him way far up. More importantly, oh no, they're even farther off. It's like they're loading on top of each other. The one's loading over the side. Otherwise, they shouldn't load on top of each other at all. Couldn't actually be possible. That is weird. I guess the simplest solution would be to simply drop them far enough away and have them move to the left so they can make the decision. Not quite as intuitive as I want it to be, where you just drop them right then and there. But I would like to get this fix out as quick as possible, since I'd rather just want to restructure the story to make more sense and be less ridiculous at the start. So in an attempt to do that, we're just going to ghetto it and add it to fixes for the next prototype. Here I made two different events for that, when I could have just made one at the actual start. They gotta be even farther over if that's the case. This is all because of the memory management thing I have set up, where I'm removing the stuff if they get too far away, so ARM can even handle it in the first place. With enough duct tape and clever tricks, you can make even RM do pretty graphics. Well, pretty for RM. No matter which one I start by, it seems to be offset. But it doesn't do that for the other one. Right. Okay, well, then it looks like a problem that just has to be solved. Got it. Good news is that both of them use the same code. Well, partially the same code. Does this, turns on cell switch C, blah blah blah. Looking for this, which is now suddenly on. It might be the interaction doing this, where it adds it and then removes it really fast. Let me test that. Actually, it's in this event that it flips the switch, isn't it? So many moving wheels. Gears and cogs. That one loads too far over to the side. I think it is the interaction with that switch. I'm going to check by stopping the other one too. Because this flips the other painting. I had to start over here for so long, I'm used to just going over there. No reason I just had it over there. No. But it was commented that it didn't like that on the side, and I was like, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's so weird. I'm gonna check a past version of the game and see if I change some code somewhere rather than sit there and puzzle over it for a long period of time. That is why I keep a daily backup. Before I dive headlong into this one. Get this running. Always remember to back up your game every single day so you can sit there and cheat by, well, just double checking these things. And if you completely botch something, you can always backpedal. But of course, I would never have to do that. I would never break everything. Not at all. Ever. Sure. Why not? Of course. Too perfect for that sort of thing. I was playing around with this stuff. I'm about ready to use my own plugin to do it. These emitters suck. The more I do this, the more I slowly write out particle emitter. It's just so limited. But it's also the best particle thing out there, so yeah. Is what it is. Let's double check these here. We'll start with this one, I guess. Arbitrarily start with that one. The matching one says I made the mistake of just messing with this. I'm like, I don't want to get rid of this little graphical glitch. Then I left it without actually finishing it because I was thinking it was like almost 7 a.m. and I was like, I'll do it tomorrow. Sure you will, buddy. After you forget all the changes you made. If I start the player all the way at the box, I can go over to the side and it'd be so much better if I just drop him right at the thing, though. Really does seem like a problem I should solve. No, they're actually identical. Hmm. Is this a problem with all of them? Guess I should establish that before I really go down this rabbit hole. For those who are watching, the game is actually, free and over on itch. There's a link in the chat currently. Yeah, pin it to the top, right? Can I pin it to the top? Is it possible? Does YouTube have this technology? It does. It is pinned to the top. You can download it and play the actual game and not, have to deal with the weird glitches that I have going on here. So I've positioned all the way over there. For whatever reason, it works, though I need to flip the switches again. At this point, we're pretty much in the bug testing phase and everything like that, and just adding some things. Well, bug testing for the prototype. The game has only got, I think, the first 4 sections of it in, so it is by no means finished, but it has about an hour of content, so hour and a half if you're playing it the first time, I imagine. Yeah. But originally the intro took like 6 minutes, and that was if you rapidly click through it, and I think like 10 if you sat there and actually read it, so it was way too long. This next version will not have that problem. Fair enough, it works as it is for now, and I'll add a note to do something about it in the future. In my big laundry list of just notes of things to potentially add and stuff. Yeah, if at any point someone watching suggests things, I add them to the list. I don't always, do it, but I just tend to add them just in case. Also, if they tried the game and don't like something. But you sit there and constantly improve it on stream. Let's see. Fix the background error if intro skip places the player too close to the choice windows. All right. Make sure the rest of it works. Thanks. I changed a bunch of random things on that map. I won't skip the intro story. Well, I'll skip to that map, but I won't skip all the story on that map. Let me get rid of this event here. I don't need it anymore. So I guess the original version, well, the original version just had this and then one during the intro cutscene, so you could skip there. But you know, I think they'd want to skip the entire intro if they're going to skip it, or they'll just end up watching it. I guess I could give them late options to continuously skip it too. I don't know. That seems a little unnecessary. Especially because I'm shortening it to like 3 minutes or something like that. I mean, other than the intro cutscene, you're seeing like almost the entire intro story right here. I think it actually applies the painting effect wise. You can note that. So intro area, window painting applies the painting overlay twice. To get this painting effect, it's just a simple overlay over the image. I'm still using just normal images, but since it's supposed to be paintings and not photos, just having a textured, you know, semi-transparent thing over it works pretty good. Yeah, right there it does it too. So it actually shifts everything from the look of it. Like it just does an initial shift and then weird, it's like it just doesn't set the positioning right, or does it too fast. Maybe that's the cause. Maybe it does too fast. And then you would talk to her here. I need to rechange this dialogue. And then I shortened this a lot too. This hasn't been changed yet. And then that's where the actual dialogue or the intro would end. So you would just immediately go over and be able to play. No. Now, Mike, this is entirely how RPG Maker was intended to be used. Let no one tell you different. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them anyway. I'm debating on if I want to have, like, you know, the player just be able to talk to Tinker right before these things, or if I want to have her forcibly talk. Pretty much, Mike. Pretty much. You too can make your very own mediocre Dragon Quest game. Well, I mean, can you blame him, really? I mean, it's not like you can sit there and play Jesus, but you can play Dragon Quest, right? It's more hours of entertainment. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I think I played Dragon Quest 6 or something. It wasn't very fun. It was very grindy and just had kind of a dumb plot. I was just like, ugh. But I played it because I had nothing better to do. I think that weekend or something, so. I could put a dialogue in just the chat options for each of these things and then just let the player skip it if they want. But if I let the player just skip things, well, do I want to let them just skip things? Huh. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah. It's a struggle. And the only reason I'm still doing it is because, well, there's kind of an audience for people being excited that this is being made in this engine. I mean, it's totally available. The first version just has the longest intro plot, doesn't explain anything, and I highly recommend either talking to Tinka or reading the controls on the website. Those are the criticisms, because the guy played... He spent 30 minutes on the intro cutscene. It only takes like 6 to 10 minutes. So, I was just like, 30 minutes? I don't understand. That's so long. Even I got kind of bored and skipped ahead after a while. I was like, he's just on this. He's just going off. Okay. That's cool. I've already written 3 pages of notes on the intro cutscene. I think I've got enough to go on. It was funny. I appreciate the notes and like the feedback and everything because, you know, I don't know. When I play, it's like I already know what's going on, but for them, it's just like, okay. I definitely think there's some issues that just make me regret using RPG Maker. Did I show you what I had going on in Unreal Engine for this already? Because I was like, just Sunday I got around and was bored and playing with Unreal Engine and seeing what I could do for Poppet Quest in Unreal Engine. Granted, the game's not as far along as this, but like, I think I messed with it for like, oh, 6 or 7 hours. I had to refamiliarize myself with the engine. And it's already got like a HUD, it's already got projectiles and... Okay, fair enough. You know, RPG Maker is... A long time ago, it used to be a good engine. But the problem is the engine hasn't really changed much since a long time ago. So, it's kind of fallen behind the times and could use a little, you know, TLC from the devs. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna leave this on. I could just use their chat logs. There's a whole system in here for that. How much do I want to handhold the player here is the question. Well, you know. It's designed so that people can feel like they have a game immediately and then move a couple tiles around and then tell all their friends. As they pay to put it on Steam. In this half-finished state, like, people are like, why aren't you putting your game on Steam? I don't know, because it's a prototype. It's not even finished. When you mark it on itch, it's like going... it's like, project unfinished, fate unknown. That's what prototype means. That's literally their definition on itch. It's like, that's why it's not on Steam. That's why. It's not finished. It's not finished at all. Oh, let's see, we'll do this here. This is the one I'm looking at. Had so much dialogue I wrote for no reason because now it has to be redone. Whatever. Wait, is this the same? I don't know. Rather than double check and make certain it's the same, I'm just going to do this. They would sell... There's so many DLCs I could do. I really think that they just need to take all those Q plugins and just convert them over. Like, make them part of the engine, and this would be a great engine. That's all they got to do. They're MIT, they could do it at any time. It would require almost no programming. And yet, they don't. Restructured her dialogue so much. Well, I don't know if you're like new here or something, but on Steam, people complain about everything. So I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. If it's not the, RM people complaining, it's the fans complaining. So, yeah, about that. Wait. Wait. Thanks for... Apparently, according to Google, that was a fine sentence without the they in there. Thanks, Google. You're so good. Oh yeah, like, make no mistake about it. RM masquerades as a cheap engine. It is one of the most expensive engines on the entire market, bar none. Like, you will have to, especially MZ, you'll have to pay for all kinds of plugins or make them yourself. There's ones you can get from the community, but a lot of them are very half-baked. And a lot of features that they're adding are just features that should have been built into the engine. Like, okay. Thanks for giving me some self-variables there, buddy. Sure wish those were part of the engine. I mean, don't get me wrong. These people see something they need to fix, and they're fixing it. Good for them. But... yeah. Oh yeah, some of the assets are really hard to use. They're not meant for anything. So we're on this one. So funny, I went to all the trouble to find a character to study how women talk and make it verbose like they would be talking, and people don't honestly find that annoying. They don't want to listen to it. I'm gonna split it right there. Whatever. Oh yeah, I mean, especially if something is free and you have to like put some extra, effort into it to make it work. I mean, you get what you pay for, right? But it can be tough. A lot of stuff's just not meant for it. Oh no, they actually added the old style animations to MZ again. You can use both. That is they've made a lot of changes recently to it in the last year, and that is one of the good changes they've made. They haven't made a lot of changes, that's true, but I will give them credit for the one they did make. Because, well, if you don't give people credit for the good things they do, they won't feel like doing them. Probably. It's when you are picking animation. Let's see, I'll bring it over here. Let's get an open one here. You right click on it, click to MV create. Create MV compatible data, and there it is. That's it. That's all you gotta do. So it's not that bad. Pick your image. I don't have any to show you because I don't use their animations. So it's not that bad. Like, they really did fix it. Credit where credit is due. They fixed it. Effects here is very half-baked, though. That is true. I like having the option of both, though, to be honest. Even if effects here is really real crappy. Oh, same text. Yeah, I mean, they've been making a lot of positive changes. It's just they took so long to start making the positive changes that they're just playing a lot of catch up. So they've really got their work cut out for them. For too long, they just were lazy about it. There's really no other way to put it. They kept everything the same. And, you know, like I say, I am worried about the fate of Unite when they just literally got rid of its release date entirely. That's just deeply concerning. I'm like, oh boy. That's no bueno. That's the bad touch. I think it's better to actually put the full text and like a thing like that. Don't split the sentence up halfway. That just seems really weird when I go to read it. No? Yeah, I think the other feature they actually had that was pretty good is the skip thing there. You toggle skip and then it doesn't run the code. That feature is proven to be incredibly handy. The other thing they did is they did the action RPG stuff, which includes some interesting plugins. Like their own ghetto pixel movement, their own ghetto self variables, which actually doesn't seem that bad, but I'm gonna call it ghetto because it seemed a little wonky and weird. They added, well, that full action RPG thing. My only regret with the whole system was they didn't add colliders. This engine needs colliders. It really does. I'm stuck using Q movement, which is a really strong plugin because what it's doing for this engine is incredible, but if that were just native, gosh, I use the QMap editor thing. It just it's like night and day. Sadly, it's only for MV, and I have no idea how to do C++, which is programmed in. So it's like, okay, well, don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Be sad, I guess. I can't adjust the editor to work on MV. It probably just needs some minor changes. Is the stupid part. Almost certainly. Because all the Q plugins barely needed any changes too, since the two engines are not that far apart. They're really not. This new dialogue actually goes out of way to explain to the player what to do. I guess I didn't really change this that much, right? I changed this text right here, big time. Oh yeah, like, I don't really recommend anybody do what I'm doing. The whole point of this was, honestly, to finish something I started. Like, sunk cost fallacy is so strong here. Plus, there's already something people can play. Like, I mean, I've already invested so much time into it. If I make some slight changes, people can immediately play it. Whereas, if another engine, I have to build all the systems and start fresh. Don't get me wrong, Unreal Engine goes very far out of its way to do a lot of it for you. And I really think I could have a better version of this game inside of a month in Unreal Engine, like an infinitely better version. And I'm not saying that won't happen. In fact, if enough of the regulars who come by here just say, hey, use Unreal Engine, we'll watch, I will switch to Unreal Engine on the spot. There's like maybe 10 regulars. That's it. If like 5 of them said, hey man, we'll watch Unreal Engine, that sounds way better, it would not take much to convince me to jump ship. I'm literally standing on the ledge of, like on the side of it going, all right, just holding on to the rails going, all right, guys, hold me back. Hold me back. Don't let me jump. Let me see how many times I could say the word window. Well, see, and that is why I'm using RPG Maker, because at the end of the day, yes, Unreal Engine is a far, far better engine. But differentiating yourself with Unreal Engine, very, very difficult. This is the same engine that makes all your AAA games. Being impressive with that, good luck. This is more along the lines of the guy who made the Doom playable on a pregnancy test. That's what RPG Maker is. I'm using the worst possible tools to try to do the most, impressive result. So, I think that it's pretty much just what can you do, right? I'd rather use Unreal Engine, but for now, I mean, honestly, like, after this game, if everyone wants to watch RPG Maker, then I'll just switch over. I'll work on the other game I was building, the one with all the sparkles. I mean, they're built on the same like base code, so by working on this, the other one has jumped leagues ahead of where it was. Sure, the mechanics are different, so it would be I'd have to program different AI and everything. AI. Different behavior patterns. Calling this stuff AI feels almost offensive to AI. I don't want the AI overlords to hear that and go, he thinks this is AI, that's insulting. And then give me not as nice of a cage as everybody else because they're upset at me. One must be kind to the AI overlords so that you get the shiniest cage and the nicest watering bowl. Maybe I'll even get fresh straw like once a month in order to, sleep on. One can dream. Oh wait, I can skip that one. I don't need that page. I need this page. As much as I'd like to watch that repeatedly and often, I do not wish to watch it repeatedly and often. I have seen it repeatedly and often. I'm kind of getting tired of it. If you think that reviewer has seen the intro story a lot of times. About that. Yeah, I think I'll survey all people who watch and be like, hey, which engine? Or maybe I'll just have like random days out of the week where I do something different. Like maybe play with RPG Maker 3 days out of the week and then maybe stream people's games or something some of the other days just so I don't go insane from trying to make the most complicated thing possible in RPG Maker. I need to make a bunch of plugins so I can make RPG Maker do the things I want it to even do. Oh. If I'm going to do that test, I have to turn on That's particular switch so that she'll say the dialogue. I think it's Poppet left, you know. Pretty much. It would definitely be, it's nice to change things up. So, I don't know. I was going to play some games. Like, if it wasn't for, like, you know, that first review being kind of like, well, this intro story's got a lot of problems, I'm just like, alright, well, I don't want people stopping playing the game before they've even tried it, so I'll do this really quick. I was going to take this week and just do anything but work on RPG Maker. Try people's games, you know. Play some other random games on stream that I had as inspirations for the things I want to make. You linked it in Discord? Can you link it here? Because I'll look at it. I'm probably not tonight necessarily, but you know, a different night I can do it. You can play it on stream for it if you want. Unless you like can, well, I mean, if you just link it here, I'll that's easy too. Unless you have the link to the post on Discord or something. It's right here. I want to turn Poppet up so she's looking back at Tinka. Alright, so... Oh, nice. Yeah, like I say, I can play it on stream if you want or something. Let you know what I think about it. I'm in a lot of Discord, so I have no idea where you link the game at. I don't check like half the things on everyone's thing. I basically check the usually just the general chats of a few of them, and that's it. Sometimes the Unreal section of Drifty's Discord. I don't really chat in Drifty's Discord much anymore. No reason not to. I just, for some reason, don't chat there very much. Yeah. Oh, let me check something here. It's gonna be a positional issue, I think. I'm trying to decide, like, when I leave the maps, the randomly generated maps, where does it put my character? Because if I'm gonna have Tinka talk to him, like initiate a conversation, then I'm gonna have to position Tinka near them too. Oh. Wait, no, that's right. I have it auto skipping the intro story anyway. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything. Got it. This will do. I think the other game will be much cooler to do on stream since I have to do a lot more artwork for it. This one I can't do a lot of the artwork for it because it's using Daz, and Daz tends to break the stream. So it's kind of not so great, but Incarnate does not break the stream, which is what a lot of the graphics were done for the other one. So she does pop out near here. Okay. And I have a different variable for each of the bosses if they're beaten. I guess I should force the player to do the story, right? Should I? If I don't do it, then you'll get the people like that reviewer who's just like, I had no idea what to do because I didn't read anything. Okay. It doesn't feel like a fault of mine. Like if I put the people there and you don't talk to them and then you don't know what to do, that seems like it's the player's fault for not knowing what to do. Like the person is there, she'll talk to you. She's following you around. She will talk to you. She'll talk a lot if you let her. I give her a different chat for every single painting she's in front of already. Okay, I think the way we're going to do this is... we'll do one of these events here. That. Copy. Pasta. We'll call this the storyteller. Actually, that's like one word, isn't it? Is it? I don't know. That's what the internet's for. It is in fact one word. Oh, the music died. Yeah, I might. I mean, like, you still have to do the events of the story, but you can pretty much skip, well, maybe I should force him to talk. I really don't want a situation like the other guy who, well, he was upset that he had to talk to the person at all. And then decided to speed through it. So when Tinka told him, hey, go kill this thing, he didn't do it. He didn't know what to do. And he didn't talk to her to find out any kind of controls or anything at all. It's kind of a mixed message. I don't know which one to do. He was upset that there was too much talking and not enough talking. Nice. Let's listen to this DFS stuff, right? I got YouTube safe music. Oh yes, let's listen to YouTube safe music. Why not? Who knows if they're any good? I just grabbed a bunch of random ones off there. YouTube's finest. Yeah, I'm very confused on what to do on that. The easiest system that's already in place would be to simply make them talk to Tinka whenever they leave, but that would force them to continuously talk to her to find out what to do next. On the other hand, she's one of the few NPCs who's there and literally follows you around. Later NPCs will get added in that'll probably tell you to do other things. Yeah, I guess she should just straight tell them. Alright, so we're just going to run a common event for this one. And we'll just put a weight. Inca story time. Woohoo. So what are the switches here? If where are the boss switches? Boss switches. I'm just turning it on. I'm an idiot. That one is on. I don't need all of them here. I need to do this differently here. I had this whole system set up, and it seems silly to not use it. But that system doesn't auto force a talk. There was one that does, though. Well, it's not auto force a talk. What it did was whenever Tinka got near things. Let me see. Let's leave that as is for now. I guess I got rid of it. I don't use these anymore, so I don't need them. Oh, it's not playing the rest of them. Nice, good job. You wanna play the rest of these, buddy, pal, friend? No. Okay. These suck. Remind me not to listen to these random things ever again. They're okay, I guess. I have better music, the various game music I'm supposed to have, but one of the tracks in there keeps triggering a copyright notice. It's not a strike, but it's actually some random people who don't own the copyright that are doing that, and I can't figure out which song it is because the name is different than the song name on there. So I'm trying to find it, and it's really annoying for my videos to keep saying, you know, copyright on them. So I was like, well, I'll just listen to something different tonight. I'll get around to it. But instead of doing that, I've been doing this, so let's see. Area 2, Story 1? I don't know who that is, but, you know, I have to be real careful with anything that I do that's copyrighted. What is he copyrighted? Because, you know what I mean? Like, he only takes 3 copyright strikes and they just delete your channel. So, and like before they even process the HD version of your video, they've already tracked and put everything up that's, you know, the copyright thing there. Huh. I'll have to look into that. double check and make certain that it is okay, but if that is the case, I most assuredly would love any kind of royalty-free music. Doesn't get me in trouble with YouTube. Alright, so let's do this. That's the first story, right? Let me double check this here. I think I'll name them after what each thing is. Binky defeated. Nice spelling. Alright, so the way we're going to do this is I don't know what Tinka's variable is going to be beforehand. However, I'll just, when she spawned, I'll set variable 90 to her thing like I did for the other one. And then it doesn't matter because, you know, I'll have her event ID. And then this event can pop things up over her head, which is all that matters. Then I'm too lazy to type that, so there you go. I probably have. You know what? Let's search right now. Let me do a quick search there. Kevin McLeod YouTube safe. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little research. I can say I'm really leery of just, you know, how easy it is to just get completely owned off of YouTube by even just one stream of playing 3 tracks that were all copyrighted. And then you're just done. Like, you just lose everything. On that day, I moved to Twitch. And never look back. But over half my regulars have come from YouTube, so... Granted, a lot of them don't really stay in chat. I'll rename these. Actually, attribute Binky defeated. There's no boss 5. And I need to rename this one. We'll do like rewarded. Kind of a jank method, but whatever. And this is if it's off, so we'll do a quick switch flip there. So this does this, and then I just play that. Well, that's fair. I mean, I do have a lot of tracks, and I could be playing them. There's only one track in there that causes all these problems. And I actually have the rights to use it. I just can't find which one, so I can figure out where the information is so I can dispute it. So I'm trying to find it, but all this guy's tracks sound the same. There's too much weird rock in there or something like that for me to tell them apart. But ideally, I'll just listen to those because I have so many of them already there. I could just, you know, like I've already paid for the rights to use them. I guess I could put them on a list in order. That might help. Also, I can listen to all the Dark Fantasy Studio stuff. I'm going to listen to that. I have a bunch of those. How many of them are available that I already know are safe? 134? Yeah, let's just listen to those. Actually, let me clear off this list first so I don't have to listen to the YouTube garbage. I guess there's duplicates for all the seamless stuff. Whatever, it still sounds better than the free stuff. Okay. Makes me wish I was on Twitch so I could just, you know, listen to whatever music I wanted and then just delete the VOD after or something. Because after all, basically nobody comes back and watches a stream after the fact. It's so unusual. Let's get Poppet's thing here. I still have like a few hundred tracks to sort through to see what's actually safe to use on YouTube or what I want to listen to. Yeah, Twitch has a lot of problems, and the real reason I didn't go with it was your visibility sucks on it. So if you're not already popular, good luck. I mean, I admit I'm probably going to be the only one in the RPG Maker category, but otherwise, Oh yeah, Prime Gaming. I don't know, man. I obviously have my account linked so I could use the little, you know, the Prime sub and everything, which I just use to barely even watch Twitch anymore. I just used whoever I think of at the time. I think I gave it to Drifty a few times just because I was like, I don't care who gets Bezos' money. So I've never actually seen Drifty stream even once. I'm sure he does. I've just never seen it because he streams too early for me to be there. So, like the least useful streamer for me to stream to. Oh, not stream to. Sub to. But ever since they started putting the ads at the very start of streams, so I wouldn't even get a chance to see what they were doing first. I just kind of stopped watching because I want to see what they're doing before I bother to do anything, and it's like, eh. Oh wait. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's tired of it too. Who isn't tired of RPG Maker? You can definitely tell that there's not a lot of not a lot of enthusiasm for the community at the moment. Yeah, I kind of wonder if that's where I'm at, where I should almost just go for it and use a different engine, because it might just encourage people to go, hey, wait a minute, there's like life outside of the box. There's really just, it's just a tired community with a lot of people who are preaching the same thing. And yeah, I mean, when I watched that guy review it, he was like sitting there hammering on how crappy the graphics were for this, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, going, you review RPG Maker games. This is, yeah, like, these graphics are better than those. Like, at least that. It was funny. He was just all over it. I'm just like, all right, fair enough, I guess. Oh, you won't complain if I switch? Oh, man. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me with a good time. I'll switch. I'll switch so fast. I mean, there's really just not a lot of people who are, who care about this engine. Like, you post this stuff on Twitter? Oh, God. Good luck. Ain't nobody give a crap about it on Twitter. Oh, yeah. It was weird. He didn't know that it was a prototype, even though it says prototype in the title. It says it on the title screen. He's like, is it like a beta? Is it a finished game? No, it says prototype on there. Okay. He didn't know it was a free game, even though he downloaded it in the first place. He's like, is this a commercial game? No, you downloaded it for free. Clearly it's not. Like, it was weird. I'm just like, you didn't even look at my page, did you? I don't understand. The only way you can download it is by going to this one page that says all these things. I didn't really know what to think. I was like, all right, I'm going to make the assumption the average person's going to know where they downloaded it and know what it is. I mean, I assume. It was weird. I was very confused. So, again, I mean, I'm still happy, you know, you looked at it and everything, because just getting people to look at this stuff is already a challenge enough, but it was weird. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He seemed to know a lot about me, though, because he went over, like, he knew about that I did community lighting, and he was talking about how active I was in the forums and how I used to be more active in the past. And I was like, this is a lot of information you got there, buddy. But you don't know anything about the game you downloaded? What? What? I don't get it. So much research. What am I missing? What am I missing? With all enlisted? Wow. Well, there's nothing unlisted to Google. Let's put it that way. Google knows. Yeah, I was boggled. My boggled just on. I was just like, he just knows so much about me, but he knows nothing about the game. Sorry if my prototype does not have a perfect options menu. That was weird. The criticism's like, he customized everything, but not the options menu. It's not finished. It's advertised as an unfinished game. I'm doing the options menu as one of the last things because I need to know which options I even need. You can't customize the controls. It's an RPG Maker game. Is there even a... Have you even seen any kind of plugin to customize the controls? Like, I haven't. I'm gonna have to write one. Oh god, I don't want to write one of those. That sounds like a lot of work. That sounds terrible. It was like one of these big criticisms there. He spent like multiple minutes going over it, and I'm like, okay. I just was thinking to myself going, isn't there one of these that exists? I don't know of one. I know about a lot of plugins. Maybe I'll ask Siggy if he knows. Siggy knows about every plugin. Someone has to. Sheesh. I don't. I am confused. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay for Vishu Stella's stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'd rather just abandon the engine than pay for more anything on this engine at this point. You know, like this engine sucks. It's so much hard to do everything in this engine. I mean, consider all the stuff I've already had to program just to make it do what it does. How long that took. The sunk cost fallacy is strong. And let's big Vishu, pretty much. Yeah, no shade on them. I mean, I actually like two of their members. I've never talked to people like Yanfly. I've talked to Artea and I've talked to Kaz, and they're both cool. I haven't seen them in forever. I don't know why. They were hanging out for a while and then they just weren't. But yeah, I just don't want to spend a bunch of money on an engine that's just not very good. I'd rather take that same money and shovel it into Unreal Engine and have a bunch of really good stuff. Or they'll just give me stuff for free and I don't have to. I was looking at something. What was I looking at? Oh, yeah. Here you can see some depressing stuff. That's fun. Oh, I got a new thing on there. Cool. Good job. So, let's see. Oh, here's how well Poppet Quest is currently doing with 16 whole downloads. Yes. Yes, 16 downloads. This is totally worth the time for that. 115 views. Yeah, feel that. Doing good, doing good. Tag RPG Maker, 29 views. Apparently there's something there. 7 on female protagonist. RPG Maker Web has sent 8 people. Look at the traffic off RPG Maker Web. Oh yeah, feel that super wonderful traffic from there. It's so good. And YouTube has sent 3 people. Yes. Yes. Value. It's only been like, I think 3 days, 4 days? Question mark? I don't know. But guys, they're like, according to people, there's like, 10 times the traffic on Steam. So I could have like 110 downloads. This is on a free game, so, I mean, it is a prototype. That is true. I'm not expecting much out of it, but the level of interest is very low. And we won't even talk about Twitter. Oh god, or maybe we will talk about Twitter. Oh, notification. Yay, someone liked my tweet. It's just Sleepless Snakes. I mean, he's nice of him. But, you know, it's not like it's getting any real traction. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. 16 views, 1 retweet, 2 likes. Yay. Cool. Nice. Um, but I mean, if you look at the official Unite account, it's got like 3 retweets, 43 likes, and like, you know, 1,200 views on their update, and like 253 on this one, which is only 58 minutes ago, so no shade there. 3,000. So I mean, but this is like the actual software itself. They did pretty good on that one. 70 likes. That's not bad, I guess. But for an actual engine that's on the horizon, whew, whew, that is not a high level of interest. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so Mr. Negativity lately. Yeesh. This next one here is going to be... That is true. It has a much lower deployment size than Envy. I mean, it doesn't really work on hardly anything, but it does, you know, deploy pretty well. I mean, people had problems playing even my version of the game. So far, like, I think one person can't even get to run. I don't even know why. I mean, it really depends, because you could even upload Unreal games onto itch if you want. You just have to be within their limitations, which is like a gig, so that's a thing. But I mean, you can do a lot with a gig, especially after compression. Oh, this story is optional. Oh man, this is going to be so complicated for this character. You're talking about an event that has to sit there and make certain she's right by the correct painting on each one. I also changed some things here, so... Oof. This is the part I really hate about the engine, though, is that I can't see anything I'm working on. Unless it's running. That makes things so hard. That's really what takes so long. This event is number 4. So she's by number 4. I guess I copy this over to... People are like, but don't worry, RPG Maker has a great, easy, you know, dialogue system. It does not. It really doesn't. I don't need this. I don't care if it's game map 15. I'm gonna have to re-alter chat dialogues too. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. At the top of this, I'm gonna put I can't type. Story time 1. It's off. Now that one's on. What about it? I can just turn story time 1 off after this one. I'm gonna see if this code even works before I bother. I don't know if I'm ever going to actually complete this game on RM. I really don't think I am. I think it's going to arrive basically at a point to see if the prototype is good enough, and then I'm probably just going to move it to a different engine. That's what I'm really feeling here. Yeah, maybe that was the problem, is so many people were excited by wait, this won't even trigger it, right? They were so excited by all the things the other engines are doing, and they're just not that excited by the things that this engine is doing, because it's not doing anything new. So everyone's just kind of got a fatigue for this engine. I did tell this to run right. It is. Tinka's story time. Okay. I turned story time 1 on right here. So it should trigger this test. If this is on, she compares against this. She's within 800 of it. She finds that. Oh yeah, well, I mean, they don't even support Android, the most used operating system in the world. What chance do you think Mac even has? Really, I mean, let's just be real here. It's not like Unreal Engine that supports all of those out of the box, that you can just deploy to whichever one you like. Yeah, it's not like that. No. But the games are tiny on this. That's true. Just can't use any models. Try to get some console logs and see what's wrong with this thing here. Oops. See if it's finding any of that. I'm gonna turn the music off on this too. I hate hearing the music over the top of the other. But guys, your options menu isn't cool. Oh my gosh. I remember the day I programmed ghetto sound attenuation because I was like, you know, RPG Maker doesn't have it. It's so easy to program a crappy version of it, but the fact that I had to make it was just set everything right there. So that all the noises aren't the loudest thing in the history of the world. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Still 1, 2, 3, huh? I did it only once though. Did she do it from that far away? Let's run back here since everything is proximity based. The switch must shut off or something because it doesn't keep doing it. That's because right here. So it never does 4. What's the console log? What is it saying? Because it's supposed to be 4. Like, that is the event. Perpetually finding 1. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I know exactly what's going wrong here. So what's happening is because it's this event, calling it this event ID is the wrong. On the other ones, I literally had Tinka herself running that, but she's such a complicated event at this point. I don't know if I want to make her more complicated. I guess I could. I mean, do I make her more complicated? It would probably make life a lot easier if she just did it. I don't know, let me see what it does. How did it get false? Oh, it's finding it. It's finding it. Maybe.
Hi.
Okay, well that's a thing. Oh, if I remake it from scratch, it happens in Unreal Engine. I am not touching this thing at all from scratch in there. In this engine. This engine does not... It takes so long to do anything. And I was considering remaking it from scratch. Remember my project from Unreal Engine that I made on Sunday? Yeah, yeah. One that already looks better than this game? So, I mean, yeah, there's no... I would never do that. This is the version that is the... I originally took And Remember Tomorrow, the other game, and this code is the better version of it. This is the remade, better version of the code from the other game. with so much crap trimmed out. It's just that I think it's such a complicated event because she marches around and has to know where she's at and talks in relation to which picture she's at too. So it kind of, I mean, she just has to do a lot. She's basically the narrator for all intents and purposes. She's so complicated. She has 2 events and all of these common events too. So, I mean, you know, she does a lot. Actually, I'm sorry. She has 3 events because she has an event for when she's inside of the actual combat areas too. But she's got a, oh yeah, and she has an event for when she's in the menu. She has 4 events now. She's literally just the end all be all, you know, help the player out kind of character. So it's like, okay. Let's see. So I guess I could just run it here. No. Narrator. Events. And then chat menu, I guess. We'll just put that there. She's getting to be so complicated that, you know, I mean, she's just, she moves players between worlds. She literally has a puzzle game that she runs where she moves puzzle pieces around for you. Well, you move the puzzle pieces around, but she spawns them all and controls where they're at and everything. I mean, she's got a lot. And that's not even in the game yet. Like, it works, but I cut it out because it had no place yet. That would just take a lot of extra time. That would just be kind of like a waste. Like, I mean, basically having to restart from everything it just adds more dev time. That's why a lot of, you know, the games, they don't go back through and make them all perfect and everything. And they just keep adding on to the mess and people go, why wouldn't you just make the better version? It just adds a huge amount of dev time that just, I ain't looking to do. I really am not. Oh, yeah. That might happen. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. What I would do in Unreal Engine differently, besides everything. Okay, but why did she continuously say, oh, no, I know why she didn't say it. Let me just change this. I think I have this working as I need it to right now. Yeah. I think in Unreal Engine, I wouldn't bother to randomize as much as I'm doing in this. The problem with randomization is it's so difficult to tell a story. And when you write the logic of everything, it has to account for the fact that you don't know where anything's going to be in advance. Which is why every single enemy is, you know, I write behaviors and not specific movement patterns or anything. This way they have an idea, but it's, what am I saying here? I don't even know what I'm saying there. But yeah, they have an idea what they're doing, and then it's just, you know, we go from there. But they have to plan for everything, and they have to try to figure out, they have to tag what things are which so it knows what it's bumping into, and it's just terrible. Yeah. Well, I guess you have ChatGPT write your narrative. I mean, for what it's worth, ChatGPT already has Unreal Engine integration. So you can already do it. And they have randomizers, so the days of game dev are nearly done. Soon, Unreal Engine will literally make your game for you. And yet, nobody will ever want to play it. because they'll have their own game made for them. How excited are you for this bleak game dev future? I know I'm excited. But the good news is eventually they'll train ChatGPT to play your game, and then finally, yes, finally, you'll have a player for your games. Upside everything. Won't that be exciting? My life's better knowing that. Imagine a world where you have an on-demand player. I actually think the demand for players is greater than the demand for games being made, to be completely honest. Not gonna lie, it sure seems to be the case. I'm gonna break it right here. I think it's better if you break it with the full sentence than to just break it at weird points in the middle of sentences. Yeah, but see, in Unreal Engine, you can just draw on the cave rocks. He's put decals on them. It's great. And the awesome amount of time it takes to do the cutscenes for this makes me want to make games that don't have any cutscenes whatsoever. Oh my god. It takes so long. Actual gameplay, you make some system and then it just randomly generates more and you're good to go, but I should actually make a thing that it randomizes the quest and then the reward too. Like I could just make everything a randomizer. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I remember the SNES fondly and all, but most of the reason why we played so many of the games so many times over is there was hardly any good games on it. Nowadays, you get more good games released in a day than exist on the SNES in the first place. Like, there's so many games released every day. People like to try to remember it as being great, but I remember having to rent a bunch of games from the store and being really sad when it's just like, well, which one do I want to replay this week? I only ever had money for one, so I was like, alright, what am I playing? PS1 was better in that regard, but PS1 was kind of trash for RPGs. I mean, it had 7, it had tactics, but, you know, there weren't that many good games once you got past the first handful. It was really PS2 that had the best of the RPGs. I think it had so many fun RPGs. It was like the golden age. But, I was really mixed on Saga Frontier. Some of the characters were really fun to play and other ones were boring. Like, Lute was boring. I hated playing as Lute. Oh gosh, who are the ones? Let me look up these characters. I don't even remember. Let's see, Saga Frontier characters. They just re-released this on Steam. Better version. Let's see. Hers was easy because you could pay life points and get a broken weapon at the start. His was cool because you got all the magic spells. You could also attempt lose and then play as his brother. She was okay. Not too bad. Red was pretty fun. This guy ends up the most broken at the end. Riki was the worst one by far. Oh my god, I almost never bothered to go through that. Loot sucked. That was pretty much my explanation. So I think the most fun one was... I don't know, I mean... I think Rex is probably one of the more exciting ones because he got to be a superhero. That was the unique thing. Like, no one else had this, and you don't get this in any of the other ones. Also, there's like a super robot body at the end that was unique. I'm having all the spells that's kind of unique, but you can still get all the spells out by themselves. She's just broken. Her story's stupid, but it doesn't matter. It's so fast. Who gives a crap? Hers was kind of stupid too, actually. So yeah, I would say I want to replay that game, but there's so much. Oh, I'm sure they do. But I mean, all I care about is they released the actual original one. I hate gacha games. No thanks. I'd rather just not play games. That's actually kind of what happened. I stopped playing a lot of games because a lot of them just turned into these boring, grindy mechanics, and I'm just like, I don't want to play these. I would rather just work on making them all the time. It's like I have an endless buildy game where I can just do anything I want. Give myself any powers, make any area I want to play in. It's just all mine. Even if I never produce a game, who cares? Because I always have something to do. Oh my gosh, so much of today is just copying stuff I wrote into there. I believe they have that. It's called Disgaea. That game series is so adorably wacky. Let's see. I should have spaced these out so they're easier to read. I just have everything rammed together, and I'm slowly spacing them out now because they're just literally right next to each other, and I just look at the wall of text and I look away and look back, and once again it's just hard to read it. Seems like I'm taking a long time just copy pasting for that very reason. I'm gonna space it out so I don't hate my life anywhere near as much. What's going on there? Okay. I mean, what was it like? Disgaea 3 had like the best mechanic ever, where you got like, you know, your own little ship that you could travel into the item world like that, and you could load up stuff on your ship and just steal it and fly off to another level. That was great. Or there was like Makai Kingdom, which was like the really weird one that did everything with like, you know, pixel movement. And in order to like open up areas, you had to like throw things off onto the areas where you thought things would be, and it would like, you know, open up a new area. Or actually, you could just walk over there too. I think it also triggered it, but I usually just threw things over there. That was a lot of fun. Really, that entire company is like the greatest thing ever. They just are so funny. They even made a platformer, the Prinny Can I Really Be the Hero? And you really haven't lived until you've seen Prinny Asagi, so I'm just saying, you know, that's something I needed in my life. And his actual mission where you play as Prinny Asagi to face other Asagis who are trying to take the game. Like the most meta thing ever. Wonderful. Did it? Nice. Well, you know, Just imagine if the actual regular RM had all that stuff. That'd be so cool. But then again, they also couldn't add any extra, you know, files into their thing, so they were kind of limited to whatever the RTP had. So I guess in a way we got the better end of it, but yeah. Yeah. It would be nice if they had cooler stuff. Let's see. I think we all would. In a better engine than this one. Oh, went there. Nah. People would try it. There's a really good plugin for MV that does this, that does a tactics game. Sure, you'd never be able to pull off Disgaea in that. You'd have to do so much coding to make Disgaea happen. Oh my god. Just the physics of throwing your characters around and stacking them and doing all, oh my gosh, it'd be amazing. For an engine that really just doesn't want to do it. So let's do this, that. Wait a minute. We're on this line. My eyes just glaze over when I look at so much text. This is an optional story. Like, I'm going to give them, it's like, do you want to chat about this? And then the option to just skip it. After all, we don't want to have a problem with the guy who wants things skippable but not skippable. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm never going to even play it. So, you know, it's just, I don't ever play any games anymore. I never have time. So, the last one I even played was like 3. I came to the conclusion a while ago, it's more fun to make the games than to play them. And between, you know, working and then doing this, like, it's just, there's not a lot of time to do all these things. Like, where am I going to find the time for that as well? I mean, if all I ever did was game jams, I guess, but at the end of the day, what if I really made if I make a game jam game? Okay, yeah, I put out a game, but no one's going to want to play it outside of the game jam. That's not going to be good enough for me. I'm not going to want to play it outside of the game jam. It's like, If I'm going to do something, I want to be good at it. I can't stand, you know, doing things, you know, that I enjoy and being bad at them. If I don't enjoy something, then I don't care if I'm terrible at it. Whatever, I don't like it. Fine. But if I actually like something, like legitimately, no. I have to be good at it. It'll bug me. Plus, I'll just put in the time because I just like doing it. Super obsessive. Of course, I've made a huge amount of mistakes along the way, but... And I did every one of them in the other game, and some of them in this game. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Until recently, I haven't really been experimenting with stories, so... This is, interesting in itself. So it's like slash pop 0 or something. And then yeah, let's definitely make it so that this is not a thing here that they have to worry about. I will default to yes on this one. Wouldn't want them to be like, I missed this story. Oh my god, oh no. We'll make it skippable. So if you decide no, then it's... Well, either way, it's going to do that. Definitely like the coloring on this font better than the other one I was using. The other one was for art, not this one. Sure. Okay, why is it over there, first of all? This is no longer calling it, so she's calling it herself. Bob Zero should put it above her head. She is the one calling the thing. Did the first one appear above her head? I think it did. Wait a minute. The inconsistencies are weird. This means there's some sort of random information there. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by, Mike. Give me a moment to chat to you. Hopefully breakfast is delicious. He did not top it above her head at all. She's the one calling the event, and it's also doing the tiny box. It's just decided she's over there. Other people's plugins, you know? Oh, let's see. Event 2 is the one calling. Not event 2, I mean, this Tinka is calling it. This is the one that is spawned in. That's why it does this. Let me check some console things here. Hmm. Hmm. I also need to put something in that stops the player, so then Tinka's allowed to catch up on certain ones like this. Otherwise, the player can keep going beyond it. So what happened? That's bizarre. That event just called the common event, so it should have the same event ID as the event that called it, and yet it does not. Why does it not? It's obviously not pulling the one from here. The one spawning because it's 280. So, I mean, she literally calls it right here. We know she calls it. There's nothing particularly special going on there. Okay. That's weird. Well, there is a way around it that I could do that's easy, but it should work this way anyway because that's how the code is supposed to work in the first place. Why I was doing pop 0 on all these ones. She did exactly that. He just calls it and it works. The backup plan. I don't want to hear that. I guess not that. That's just the actual regular music playing. It's just to have a control variable and then I can just call that. And I was using it for other events to call her. Since I have no idea what her event ID is going to be in advance. I'm absolutely puzzled on why in the world it would switch between those two. Now I want to know, where does that even happen? Like 4 then. Check there, and then I should have done an extra one there just to see. In fact, I think I will. No, so make this 4, and make the other one 5, and let's see at what point it switches. That's so weird. I mean, you know, it's not common event 11 either, so it's not calling that because it's the common event that we're talking about here is 264, so it's not that. Unless something else is calling that same event somehow. Which would make sense, I guess. But would it? Let's see. Once again, 11 is going ham. Okay. Oh, wait, look. 11, 45, 11. It's fighting. Why is it fighting? I thought he disabled this. Okay, well, that's just me being stupid if that's the case. Just go away, thingy. I just sworn I disabled that. Alright then, well. That's why console log is amazing. You just follow the information and eventually you will find the solution. Even if the solution is sometimes you being really stupid. Which, let me tell you, I have done many, many times over and will do many, many times again. All this because I want to split up the intro story throughout the entire game. But proof I had too much of it. Is it there? Yeah, sure. That's how it's supposed to play out. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Excellent, excellent. No escaping. More importantly, when it's finished, he'll never say it again. However, I should probably put a break in between that. Let's see. Because it rapidly clicks very easily on that. This dot get self variable. Story time. equals true. Else this. Actually, we'll do this here. We'll trip it like this. We'll run this here. This set self variable. Story time. False. And then we're going to go and do Tinka's story time there. And for this particular event, we will in fact set it to true. So then what will happen is it'll pop out of there and be like, it'll look at that option and go, oh, it's true. And then it won't immediately play the menu when you click the thing. You'll have to talk to her again. I could put a wait in there, but that would just be jank. I'd rather just not do it until you talk to her again. You know, I wish I hadn't already used teammate self-variables to do so many things, because then I would actually be able to, you know, switch to that new one they just released that might be better, but the simple reality is I have done way too much, and I'm not starting over. Oh, you gotta be really close to her to trigger that, don't you? Yeah, I don't want to read this every 5 seconds. I just want to see how it plays out afterwards, so... In hindsight, I should have set up the system and then put the text in, but I didn't. That's my explanation for what happened there. Look, perfect. And then she'll move on. And if I chat with her...
Hi. Bye.
At some point I'll record actual voice acting for them, so I have an AI voice changer that does a great job. But... I gotta actually have the dialogue finalized before I do that. That would be kind of dumb to record it and then... Yeah. Yeah, I just keep changing it every time. Lots of extra work. Alright, so... Well, I don't need this if game map equals 15, I don't believe, so that's an unnecessary if in there. It's obviously going to be on 15. Oh, that's right, they added the ability to do that. Very handy. I don't need these console logs anymore, I should delete all those. Because it will lag RM if you're spamming them too often. And then... Actually, I know that it's game map event 4. So in this case, if game player, sorry, math.round, since we're using pixels, game player dot x is equal to math.round game map dot event over dot x. And then we can just freeze the player. Then at the end of all this, do it in that order so this way there's not that brief instant where it can mess things up. Put a slight weight on this afterwards just in case. Doesn't get to be that long of a wait. And hopefully that'll just stop him at event 4. This way they can't just run past Tinka, so she just doesn't even do it. She at least gives them the option here of the story. And then you can tell her yes or no, and then, yeah. You tell her no, you can just skip everything. So it's like a speedrunner's dream. There you go. That did not stop me. One bit. Why did it not stop me? This is obviously on. Does those. This is game map.event, right? Am I being stupid? Yeah, it totally is. Sometimes I want to say game map.events or something, but it's not. Well, we'll say success. Actually, while we're at it, well, we'll know they're even at that point, so I don't really care. Actually, what I can do, let's dump this in here, right? Because I want the player to be stuck there first, so they won't be able to bypass. I wrote so much extra dialogue by splitting everything up. I wrote extra dialogue for farther into the game than originally had. Let me bypass that completely. Why? Oh, because it's literally just saying failure because I didn't put the extra thing there. Cool. That's my bad. This is part of the RPG Maker's editing tool sucks scenario. Where, you know, VS Code would have just told me, hey, you're missing a thing here, you might want that. But, nope. Let's put it on one where I don't care so much. I'll do this here. That's fine. Sure. And then the other one is not fine. The kids aren't all right, is what I just heard. It's just saying I need this, but I'll add that and then double check it in this so I don't have to deal with it again. Okay, I just needed that one. Sure. Alright, once more again, but this time with feeling. For what it's worth, at least MZ's one does allow you to have an unlimited number of lines, unlike MV where they just capped you out of that tiny little thing. It was horrible. You have like 12 lines, I think, in MV or something. Not that I found it very useful very often, but every once in a while, it's kind of nice. We stopping? No. Why aren't we stopping? What's up, buddy? That just doesn't seem right at all. Because clearly gameplayer.x, like, we're talking about being all the way by, this event here is at 100. Why is the player listed as that, though? Let me double check something. I think it's shutting itself off because they only ran it 4 times, so. I think I'm gonna have to do both locations, sadly. What sense does that even make? Why would it stop? It literally only runs it 4 times and then stop. It did it again. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I understand now. I understand the poor life decision that I just made. I do. Here's why it failed. Because by the time you get all the way down here on Tinka's things here, and oh boy, does she get complicated. Where is it even at? That's how complicated she is. I just missed it. Right, so this is for okay button. We don't care about that. But this else tapping, this sleep pop, that one's not a big problem right there. Sure. Right up here though, she's comparing her distance against the player and against the painting to even do that code. Here's what really needs to happen. This just has to run the whole time. Well, not the whole time. If status menu is off, let's see. Lead Poppet left, sure. Status menu, okay. Else than this. It needs to run right there. I need to comment this event so bad. The log is the great savior. It is what tells me when my code is weird. Because the code is doing exactly what's intended, it's just gotten so complicated that, yeah. It's gotten to the point where I really don't like messing with Tinka's stuff too much, and that's why I have so much of her stuff in common events, because she's like a million common events and gotten so complicated. I need more characters to talk to, I just haven't made them yet. That's really what it is. I have to make all the graphics. I did not stop. Why didn't I stop? Explain. Explain yourself. Once again, it's only triggered if I'm close to her. Oh, I capitalized console on that one too while we're at it. Nice. Don't do that. That's what we call a bad life decision. Oh, hey, Blighted Dreamin'. Yeah. Well, the problem is, like, she has to have all the work because I wanted her to do something amazing. And she acts as the narrator, so... I mean, she's just going to be an amazing character by the time I'm done because... I just asked too much of her. So the fact that she is the portals, the fact that she is the narrator, the fact that she has to understand where she's at. If at some point Tinka takes over the entire game and becomes her own AI, I won't even be surprised at this point. It's just become how it is. So... Am I once again checking to see if she's next to something? Well, at the very least, I don't want her doing this if the status menu is on. Which I thought that was pretty much where I was at there. I mean, she wasn't comparing anymore, so... It might have been the fact that the console log was erroring. I was just commenting to Mike earlier that Tinka has 4 different events and something like 8 common events to her name at this point. She's all over the place. Oh my god. So much work. She's so smart. Now I just need to make her not annoying, have her talk less. It's not checking often enough. Yeah, it succeeded right there, and then it did it. But it didn't stop me. You guys tried an old version? Your has up 5 minutes in and woke up 10 minutes late? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, she is. I think, awesome. I like to say that there's one pinned at the top just in case you want to play the ghetto first version, and it is, you see me play it on stream, it's not the best. Got some problems. Now Tinka's sitting there telling you throughout the game what to do. She's narrating the whole game. Yeah, I think my dream, let's see, what was her name? There was an NPC who I just thought was so great. I think, yeah, it was Elizabeth in BioShock Infinite. Where she felt like a person. Was just there all, you know, like, she wasn't annoying. She, you know, went her way to be likable, did actions that made sense and everything like that, was helpful and all these things like that. It just was one of the first times I could recall where I didn't hate the NPC following me. I'd like to make a character like that, where you don't hate her for following you. I say her because hopefully it's Tinka that you don't hate her following you. This is the game I'm working on, so if you hate her, oh, that's a problem. As I make more characters, she'll have less burden to talk, but the way this game is set up, she's just really burdened with a lot of the talking. I made Poppet talk more. The challenge with Poppet is she starts out very crazy, and as she, you know, slowly collects up the, power from all the other adults, she becomes less crazy and more sane. So, you know, she'll have a very different type of writing, but that might actually prove annoying because crazy people tend to be pretty annoying. They're very repetitive. That's why she makes like a million comments about her window at the start, because she's very compelled to go back to it. And it isn't until much later where she's much less compelled. Well, not much later, but every time you kill a boss, she becomes less compelled. This just doesn't trigger often enough. That's the issue. Poor Tinka's got a weight going on. She has a lot going through her thing here, so... which weights factor in here? I guess I don't need this Area 2 thing anymore. She's... well, I don't know. Yeah, she's definitely a Return from Madness character. It's funny, the more I've thought about it, the more I've been writing for, the more I understand what the character would be like. Because I was just thinking about it, I was like, wait a second, this character is literally cursed to do the same thing over and over and over, and can't even remember who she is. Of course she's going to be crazy. Like, it'd be like talking to, like, an addict, basically, like that. It would literally, like, they would be focused entirely on one thing, and nothing else about it. They would do anything for the next fix. That's literally what Poppet would be like. And only over time would be less like that. And she got, you know, basically away from her addiction, effectively. So, when I thought about it, I was like, well, wait a minute. This character would be very, very different. I'm sure I'm going to end up doing a lot of rewriting of her as time goes by, too. You have to stop the player if they're within a certain range of it, probably. Well, none of these are going to matter. Like, the, why can't I hide all the show choices? It's so obnoxious. Whatever. Sure. I'm trying to count up the number of times where it factors in or time. Well, this is if an OK is pressed. An OK is never getting pressed there. It's just this wait 5 frames, I believe. Alright, Tinka, just wait 1 frame. For an event this complicated, well, I don't know. I mean, my events don't usually wait at all. People have this bizarre impression that you need a million waits. But the simple reality is, I don't think you do. I don't usually. You know, thinking about it, in the whole Return from Madness thing, I really wanted to make a, you know, Alice in Wonderland type of game where the characters, the female character, kind of fell down the rabbit hole and ended up crazy and everything like that and tried to break her way back from it. Like, you know, a horrible thing happened to her. And slowly but surely, Poppet Quest is turning into that. That's what's happening here. Granted, the horrible thing is right in the start she's been murdered, so that's kind of pretty horrible. It's not really falling down a rabbit hole per se. Okay. Why-oh? Is it not registering fast enough? She got right there at the right time, but I managed to bypass it. That is not okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, she's like a human that's just murdered in the start. Like, it's literally like in the intro cutscene. It's not much of a spoiler. It's literally like right in the very beginning. Alright, how am I going to make this fast enough without making Tinka ridiculous? Or maybe I just use a better code. Alright, so... is greater than or equal... No. Am I game map distancing this, or am I just going to do a negative? I just negative because it's just literally their x. Sucks that I can't make it just an easy equal like that. But is there another weight in here? It might just be there's so much code running through here that it's just not possible. It could also be these console logs are just enough of a delay to make it not possible to work. That's very possible as well. But I think what I really want to do is just that's more code than just doing it this way. So this minus that. Actually, no. If I'm going to type anything out of any complexity whatsoever, we're doing it here. Minus that is greater than or equal to, we'll say 2. And, no, wait. That logic doesn't pan out, does it? I did this code earlier. Those are chat dialogues. It's the what painting dialogues that literally use this code. Is the player just moving too fast for the game to register it? Let me get the code for this one. I think it's math.abs if memory serves for absolute. Yeah. Let's do an absolute. No, not there. Yeah, because that'll either give me a plus or negative, so I'll be fine. I'll leave it there. I might want it in a second to test out and change things. Not that one. And every time I hear this music, I want to work on the RPG Maker other game I had. This was the combat music for, the only combat music I was mostly using, but it's much more fast-paced in this game. This game is very slow-paced by comparison. So the mechanics of this one are much more complicated. Just make a simple Diablo game, he says. It'll be easy, he says. You still don't want to stop, huh? Oh, once again, look at how slow she's going. Like, she's not even doing it. She's once again waiting to be near the player. Why? Where am I missing the code for that? Clearly, that's the mistake that's happening here. Story time 1. So we don't have Binky reward. Okay. Story time 1. This checks for that there. So before this, it won't do it. It would, if it was checking there, then it would constantly spam it. I mean, status menu off is like outside of this. This is a map 22 thing, which I'm not even using anymore, so I should probably delete, to be completely honest. In fact, I think I will. I guess it can operate outside of things, but I kind of want to have it if the status menu is off, so I think I'm just going to do it there. Oh, I don't want to find the switch and all that. I'm just going to cheat. 8? Okay. This will put it outside of every single thing, so at this point it should just trigger. Probably more often than I want it to trigger, to be completely honest. Otherwise, I can't think of anything else that would do that. But yeah, let's see. Is map 22 even a thing anymore? I think I was doing like inside the paintings. Yeah, this is map 22. I don't know if I want to keep this. It changed how she walked around for this map. Also, it was like an experiment with these weird weather like map things and like that, and do some craziness that I had in the old game that looked really cool. But it doesn't look correct at all for this engine. For this game's graphic style. But it's supposed to be inside the painting, so I guess I could be forgiven for it to be not that fitting with like the regular attic. I'm gonna adjust my standing desk real fast. My feet are killing me after like 3 hours of standing. 1 second. Where the older you get, it's either your back hurts or, you know, legs hurt or something. I'm not even that incredibly old, but still. Lots of hours hunched over a desk doing game dev. It adds up. Definitely adds up. So I need to restart it to test that. You know, maybe your body's just making up for not sleeping enough, you know? If you go enough time without actually sleeping consistently, then you usually end up just crashing and have to sleep a long period of time, way more than normal. And then you get right back to that scenario where you don't sleep hardly at all, which is basically the story of my life. Still not locked in place. Again, this code is not running the whole time. It's only running if she's within proximity to Tinka. But that shouldn't even be possible. Because Tinka's literally running this code the whole time. Right? She should be. Console.log. Story time. Yo. Oh yeah, like it's impossible to have a good sleep schedule because it takes so much time, and you just got to do it when you have available time. Unless you're literally just, that's your only job. Yeah, like she's still not running this. Except for when I'm in close proximity. How in the world? It is this one spawning because it's the only one that even has story time on it. And she's literally saying the story time yo, but only when I'm close to her. This is literally outside of anything. Test. Let me test and see when she's triggering this. Like, she's a really complicated event, but I don't know. I think actually a lot of my health problems came from just, like 2020 and 2021, especially, like, where I just didn't do a lot. I was in front of a computer a lot because I didn't have anywhere to go. That's like the lockdown stuff, so it just caused me a lot of health problems. Or it added health problems, so. Now I do a lot more standing, get a lot more exercise to make up for this hobby that is just not a healthy hobby. Not at all. Okay, I'm a bit confused here. So apparently this page runs not at all unless Tinka is close. Not at all. The whole page. What kind of coding genius must I be for this? Huh. She no longer accepts allowing me to actually do anything to change her code now. She has become sentient. Oh no. You cannot change my code. I change your code. Yeah, all these are doing is they're just logging their thing to this thing there. That's it. So she's checking against 229. Huh. Sometimes I must be like a coding genius. But then the rest of the time I'm not a coding genius, and apparently it shows. Because, I'll make these ridiculous coding things, and then I'll come back later and be like, why did I do that? And I'm like, oh, that was really smart. After I spent like a half an hour or an hour figuring out what it was I did in the first place. She's not switching to this because this page is literally just I'm gonna comment it. Puzzle game. Is there a loop she's getting caught in? I mean, she follows the player's X. Is that? I don't think that does anything like that. I mean, it just moves towards the player, and if it gets within a certain range, it stops her movement. But it doesn't have any kind of weight or anything. It does loop, I think. Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it does. Right here. So is it getting caught in this loop? Does that prevent her from... Does it literally just run down her code and then prevent it? Huh. It would make sense. And the way we're going to test this is to just simply skip it. Because she has a code that just says test over and over. And if truly that is the cause where it is just getting caught in there, then we'll see it right here. Because he'll just keep saying test over and over and over and over. So. My master plan to make her follow the player and still be behind the paintings. Oh yeah, look at it go. Oh yes, yes. Can I get this on the screen? Drink it. Drink it. Do it. Actually, looking at the side thing over here is the better one there. You see the numbers go crazy? Like, that's what was happening. It's getting caught in that loop. Yeah, just in case you think RM can't do a bunch of things at once, this is at 31,000, 32,000, 33,000, how many operations it's doing. And it's still got 60 FPS, okay? So, you know, anyone who's like, oh, you gotta add extra wait time because you can't run these things, these events might be too much. Yeah, go ahead and show them that. Like, seriously. It's just going nuts. 63,000 now? Yeah, okay. RM can do more than you think, especially MZ. MZ can do a lot more than MV ever could. When you put it to the test. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got much better at code since then, but... Okay. So... I think the simple truth is I cannot put this in her thing. It has to be done as a separate event. Which is fine because I can still make the chat bubbles appear above her because I literally on her first page added this in just so I could track where she was by other events. Because again, I have no idea what her event number is going to be when she gets spawned in, so it's just I need a way to track that. Okay, well. Come to me, story map 1. The storyteller has returned. Oops. I failed the game of operation. I touched the sides of the window and thus it went full screen. I never knew that game operation was training for using Windows 10, but here we are. It is in fact training for that. Am I getting stopped? Am I getting stopped? Maybe, 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 maybe. No. Really? I did turn this event on, right? It is parallel. Oh yeah, that's right. This event needs to be rewritten. I'm going to make a backup just in case I decide to backpedal. One of the habits I picked up is I usually make a copy of these things before I make changes, or if I have one that I'm not sure is useful anymore. And I put like a few, you know, asterisks in front of it. So this way I know later on when I check back through to delete it if I didn't find it useful like a few weeks later or something. Or when I just do periodic cleaning. So I increasingly improve my code. So I don't care about changing everyone from Pop 0. I already technically used the 90 on this one, so that's notable. I already set it up for using that thing there, so that's fine. I actually kind of already did most of the work. Why aren't you triggering? This status menu should be off, right? Status menu is event 8. Let me check, make sure the status menu is actually off. Oh, not event 8, but switch 8. This could be a byproduct of skipping through portions of the game. Because I'll flip certain switches in advance and then just never flip them again, you know? Sure. It's off. You know, like I said, that guy, oh my gosh, he spent like 3 minutes on talking about how the main menu wasn't that functional, and then like another couple minutes going off on like how the option menu wasn't customized, and then he spent like multiple minutes watching every animation to make certain they looped properly, and then he sat there talking about how the in-between animations of the character running weren't, you know, it didn't transition very well. He talked about how it looked like her run was too fast for her speed. Like he just went off on everything. He talked about how the graphics didn't look very good in the intro cutscene. Man, if there was anything he could critique at all and then go off on, like at one point he went on like a multi-minute rant about how prostitutes weren't criminals because he had, you know, been with them in the past. Like he went off on how he like hired prostitutes. I'm like going, what? First of all, in my world, prostitution is illegal. It does make you a criminal. But he did mention something like OnlyFans, and I gotta laugh at the whole concept of Victorian OnlyFans. Like, what would that even be like? Here's your, like, you know, like printed paper of these things. Like, you know, you'd be selling photos. It was weird. Like, I mean, I actually recommend watching that because it's really, I think that I don't want to sound like I'm the, being salty about it, because no, I appreciate the review, and I mean a lot of things he said were fair, but I think that because his review thing gives only 35 minutes to do it, he shouldn't be the kind of person who sits there and nitpicks and spends a lot of time on each and everything. He's doing a very fast review, so he should just be trucking along as fast as possible to match the style of his review. Like if he was going to play for multiple hours, then nitpicking every little thing would make a lot more sense. But if you're only going to play for 35 minutes, don't go off on a multi-minute rant about why you think prostitutes aren't criminals and because OnlyFans and you've hired them in the past. What does that have to do? Yeah, it was weird. Like he just was, a lot of it just made no sense. And he's like, you know, this guy's reviewing RPG Maker games and then saying my graphics suck, and I'm like, what am I hearing? Okay, buddy, it's fine. Yeah, it seemed really weird for his style. If he wants to do a 35-minute review, he definitely should be more focused on going through the games quickly and, you know, just doing things and not going on tangents. But he seemed like a tangent kind of guy, which is fine. You know, like I say, if he did long reviews, the tangents would make so much more sense. Like if I want to go off on a tangent, I'm here for hours. I could just go off on all the tangents I want. But he's not. He's there for 35 minutes, so And then, you know, by the time he had spent all the time with that, he's like, you know, saying, hey, you know, it took 30 minutes to go through the intro, which I, you know, showed him. It only takes like 6 minutes if you go through it fast and like 10 if you go through it slow. And he amended his thing, you know, to say that, you know, because I was just like, yeah, it doesn't really take that long. It's just because you chatted all these things. But then, you know, he only did like 5 minutes of the combat. didn't read what to do because he raced past what Tinka told him to do. Which, it doesn't really explain a lot. I definitely could do that better. And he ignored all the controls, so, okay. Which the controls are on the site, too. I think that's the easiest way to find them. Or Tinka can tell you. So, yeah, it was weird. Like, I got lots of useful information about how I was going to redo the cutscene. It was very valuable to me, but it just seemed like a very bizarre way to do a review. He also didn't know the game was a prototype, even though it says it's a prototype. He didn't know the game wasn't commercial, even though it says it's not commercial. He didn't know hardly anything about it. I was like, but you downloaded it from this site for $0, where it told you the controls and said it was free. A prototype. But he knew a lot about me. He went off my, like, community lighting and how... Oh, yeah, he spent a portion of the review talking about how he doesn't use... how I made community lighting, even though I'm just the head of the project and not the only person who worked on it. Credit to all the other people. But how he uses this other one because he likes the rendering better, blah, 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 like that. This was part of his review of my game, where he's sitting there talking about this plugin that had nothing to do with it. And I'm like, thanks for this bio, I guess. But, like I said, all that would have been fine, but he had 35 minutes for the whole thing. So it was weird. So if I had any critique for him, it's make your reviews longer if you're going to go off on tangents. That's fine if you want to, but otherwise, it really clashes. If I gave people like 35 minutes for a review, I would just be booking. Like I wouldn't mess with anything extra. I'd just be like, hauling through it. But I wouldn't do that. I would just play someone's game. If I enjoyed it, I'd keep playing it. If it just wasn't that great, I'd stop. Be like, this is cool. After a while, find something, it's like, I played for like an hour or two. It's okay, But yeah, I don't know. That's weird. But I do appreciate that he reviewed it, and I do appreciate the information he provided me. It was very handy for me. I mean, he really did go over my entire intro. This should trigger every time. Well, that should make a difference. It should trigger basically super fast. So. Keyboard? Why are you so slow? Yeah, there's my random tangent there for a bit. It's just like, but, yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it, buddy. I do think that Tinker goes into way too much detail, and the actual intro should be about 3 minutes long, maybe 4 minutes. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that, if you're going to set up a world, you want to give them at least a little time. So I don't know. I got the complaint of intro too long, but then he also complained he didn't know what to do because he skipped past everything and didn't read it. So I've been complained at both ways. I don't know what to do. I can't do both. Test is running over and over and over. But you know it's not running over and over? All the rest of the code in there. Storytime 1 is on, because I turned it on. It is reaching this point, right? So yeah, my compromise is to just show the player the controls at the start. Because I'm not going to put a tutorial in this particular version. A later version, sure, but not this version. And then I'm breaking the intro up. And that's why all the pictures are now much more spread apart. And you no longer backtrack through the first area with, Tinka giving more of an explanation of how you got there. I'm just going to have her tell you over time. I did turn the switch on, right? No. Okay, well, here's what it went wrong. as I go off of my dumb stories here. I just put it on the wrong map. No other explanation. For some reason I thought that was just story map 1. Don't even worry about it. It's on the wrong map. It's fine. It's okay. Go ahead. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, he also complained that it was too many items to collect at the start for the thing there, which is fair. I've gotten that complaint before. But he also didn't know about the ghost form to move faster or anything like that, or how to block or anything. So, I don't know. Look, it stopped me. Nice. Now this didn't work out too well. What did the glitch do? Like, did it just crash the whole game? If so, did you happen to screenshot what it said? I haven't actually seen it. Oh, that one. So there is a bug that happens, and I need to resolve it. And the bug is, like, usually if you just hit a bunch of the random keys, especially like, you know, the block and the other keys and move around for it, it eventually breaks it, or even just try to move. That's actually Eli's button common events. I thought I managed to point out where the error was from, and I thought he'd fixed it, but then in testing it kept coming up periodically. It doesn't come up very often. But I'm having the hardest time getting it to replicate because I can't get him to fix the error unless I can provide an actual replicated way to produce the error. Yeah, I know about that one. It shouldn't happen that often though. I mean, I played through it all the way on stream a couple times. It didn't even happen once. But if it does, just randomly hit keys and it usually breaks out of it. So it does happen once in a while where it's hard to break. I don't know. There's also one where the mouse will decide that you're moving into an area. Oh, that's fair. I think I ignore a lot of the bugs as I'm going because some of the bugs don't matter. And that's actually why it's nice for people to test it and have like a review of all the bugs for me. Apparently the worst bug is sometimes the quest people will rescue themselves. Or the quest will vanish for it even though they haven't been rescued. So rescuing the NPCs is pretty vital. If you don't do that, like you have to fight the game without any upgrades. And I mean, you can do it, but more power to you if you manage to pull that off. I couldn't do it. He dies so fast against the later bosses. Oh my god. They're properly stuck, huh? Oh, sounds like things are going swimmingly. Wonderful. Find all the bugs for me, I'll fix them. Remember, the other guy who gave me the 35 minutes only got to the very start of combat and he stopped almost immediately. I didn't get to see any combat testing. I was so sad. I was like, oh no, that's what I wanted to know about. I didn't care that much about the intro cutscene. I tossed it in there because I felt like I needed a quick story. She walks near there. There gets locked down. I think it moves towards there. Compares this against that. Okay, let's just do the full Monty here to see where we're breaking. The old 1, 2, 3, 4 method. Oh, cool. I mean, recording the bugs is even better. There's definitely some I know about, but I've got my laundry list of things that are just what was it, like the old for prototype 2 section where it's, well, I guess I put a proto one, but I just started putting everything that was ever supposed to go in the next ones there, and there's all kinds of errors and things like that. Enemies getting stuck, sometimes the map blocks are destroyed. The choice plugins doesn't always hide the choices. That's weird. Another one of Eli's plugins that just does not work as well as it should. I mean, it's free, I guess. One time I managed to click offside the game, it restarted the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know if I'm fixing that there. This menu issue with Poppet saving. I think it can talk to you while you're at a portal sometimes. There's a lot of things there. Sometimes the clownets can explode and deal max damage and just instant kill you. I've only seen it happen every... These are like... A lot of these errors barely happen. They're so hard to get to trigger an extra time. I've been having a hard time even figuring out how to do them. I mean, you can make a listed vid if you want. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you want to review the game or you just want to make a bug report, I mean, I'm down for either or. Whatever. I know she's not in the best state. I know this for a fact. You're not going to hurt my feelings or anything. So if you make a 30-minute video about the opening cutscene, I may skip ahead a bit. Just saying. I think I know enough about the opening cutscene. I'm already changing it anyway. It would be funny, though. I would get a laugh. The 30-minute thing about that would be pretty awkward, but funny. I would watch all of it. Even if it would just be like, yeah, okay, sure. That's right. I need to check the console things here and see how that goes. Wait, did I already bring it up to that? I might have. Oh, it's failing over and over. Yeah, like I say, you know, I got thick skin. I ain't worried about too much, you know, myself. Better to know what's wrong. I definitely don't think it's a good game yet. I think some of the combat can be fun. That's true. Mostly the boss fights can be fun. If a bit unfair sometimes. And a bit hard to see sometimes. That's an issue. Is there a reason why this is not playing? It gets to just one. It only runs one. Let me just expand this, because I think what's happening is the player is able to move beyond. We'll do like 4. Yeah, at this point, I'm actually just happy if anybody tests it out at all. I suck at getting, at advertising. I'm the worst. I need like an agent or something like that. Not that I could really afford one for this, and not that I have enough of a following to merit one, but someone who's actually good at putting me out there. She stops right there, but now she just keeps moving a bit. Yeah, it's just not gonna... Let's see, we're still failing on this system here. But she managed to move 5 spaces before it stopped her. What does the lockdown event really read? Because it's like it completes the mouse move. That's the issue. The mouse movement is garbage. It is the most awful, terrible thing. It's fun to fly around with. That's about it. But Like, it just wants to continuously move and ignores all stops of anything like that. It doesn't like it'll just suddenly get stuck in like a thing and want to move somewhere no matter what you do. So you have to like double click places to get it to stop. Like it just there's so much wrong with it. It's because it's like a third plugin in the line. Like you need Q plus Q movement and then Q path find, which does the mouse. It's a nightmare. I realize that I basically need to rewrite that plugin. So it can also like left click in order to activate things. That was something else the guy complained about, that I couldn't left click to activate things, and that's a fair criticism. I mean, I know it's something that needs to be in there. It's just how to program a plugin to do it. I almost want to take mouse movement out. Just use it as a targeting system. Oh wait, I'm looking for the player lockdown. I don't sleep very often, so you know. I tend to get a little out there the less I sleep. I think everyone does. It's not surprising. There's really not much happening beforehand that would make this not lock them down. I think it's just the mouse being dumb. So I think the way I do it to deal with the mouse problem is just to simply make it like that. But if the mouse ever stops and keeps moving beyond that point, it might screw up the whole thing. Oh, this mouse plugin is the worst thing ever. I might have to disable it until I have that. It just causes so many problems. But in the 2D mode, the mouse thing is so good. And it's kind of nice on the menu. I don't know. Pull a galv? What is pulling a galv? This is not a term I understand. No. It is not. No, no. Can she stop there? She does that? Sure. That time I managed to stop way sooner. I kind of wanted the player to be a little closer than that, though. Oh, yeah. Like say, on the 2D maps, I really like it. But it is a real problem. Let me test something here. Let's move on, click, false. Now let's adjust this code here. I want to see if I can break it through it with like it being like at 2 or something like that. I might just have to get rid of it. It's just, there's too many bugs with it. People are going to be so angry at it. Also in the combat areas, I never use it to move. Ever. Because it's too useful as a target. So it just makes it like you can't move fast enough with the mouse to evade things. You'll just die. So it's like, I don't know, it seems really bad. Yeah, this stops perfectly. It's just literally the mouse plugin being stupid. Alright, I just gotta eliminate the mouse plugin for now. There's just no two ways about it. The number of errors it causes is too high. I'm gonna need to rework it. Plus, then you get people complaining that they can't left click to do things. If that's the case, I could actually change the buttons for left click to do things as well. True. True indeed. Well, I made my own mouse plugin for that. $89. Actually, let's say I can do this, and then I can make block the right mouse button if I want. That might be kind of cool. Yeah. That might actually make the controls better. Oh, here I'm trying to move with the mouse again. I try to do it on the 2D things. It's just when I get to the actual combat, I don't do it at all. So I try to play the game two different ways. It's weird. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? So it stops there, no problem. I need to fix this so it's variable. Nothing there, but we'll do no story time for now. Oh, let me get global for that. Yeah, I definitely was trying to ape Diablo as hard as possible, and Diablo has that, so I thought I needed it.
Are you ready?
That's really what it is. I was like, I'll be just like Diablo. But this game is not Diablo. This game is so mobility based, and Diablo is not mobility based. This game is very different than Diablo.
Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
That's...
Take cover.
Oh look, it just loops. Okay, oh that's right. You can rapid click. I need to fix that because you can rapid click and it causes a problem.
Take cover. Take cover.
So I can do this over and over, and now it'll force it to do it over and over.
Take cover.
It does it one for every click. It stores them.
Take cover.
See? So that's notable. If you spam click, it'll force you to stand your ground. How do I feel about that? I'll have to adjust this mouse plugin. I made a mouse plugin a long time ago that just did common events for the mouse, and I didn't... This was a long time ago. I really had no idea how to program at the time, so... I think I like that better. I could make the middle mouse button that just to double check, I wonder if I can get away with this same strategy on this one. I don't mind, it's in status menu. I was looking for this the thing where I overwrote the status menu event. I don't know if you can actually put a weight count on this on the mouse. I don't think so. Wait. If it just cleared the comment event. Let me check game temp here. I think it's an object. Yeah, game temp. Clear destination, blah blah blah. Set touch date, clear. Uh, tree comment. Yeah, it says game temp clear common event reservation. I'm pretty certain, right? Yeah, if you ever need to figure these things out, just go in here and look. You can find all kinds of useful things. And all these are big files. It's so easy. That's how we work our magic around here, is I improve my mouse plugin. So, it's going to be a game temp. Clear comment reservation, and it doesn't use anything else, right? It's just straight up nothing. Sure, perfect. What a wonderful system. God, this code is terrible. But yeah, I had it trying. I was going to have it tracked to get the information. I think it actually does that, and that's why it understands what I need for this. I'm pretty certain that's what I did. Oh, the right mouse button already has it. Guess I should have checked that first, huh? iSmart. iSmart. Do not save that on there. I don't want it to error. This actually probably improved the controls, so that's good to know. We're working on it. Oh, once again, I'm trying to move with the mouse. Let's just get rid of that mouse garbage.
Are you ready? I sense danger. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover. Take cover.
Oh, you can stockpile like one, I guess. That's not bad. Definitely better than the previous version. I can make the middle mouse button do ghost form. That might be better than doing E on there. I don't know. I mean, do a quick test there. Yeah, just 91, huh? Okay. Oh, never mind. I could just do it this way. It just tells me. I think I was setting this up so this way I could use those variables there to dictate if you click close enough to an event to trigger it. I'll need to rewrite the events so they understand those, though.
Are you ready?
Oops.
Are you ready? I sense danger.
Ooh. What this? 111. 111. What do you have here? The 111. Yeah, that would make sense if you called an event that didn't do it. I guess the middle mouse button doesn't actually do a canvas to map X at all, does it? Let me double check that it's not just how I coded something here. Let's set it to like 89 as well. Because it could be just how the thing is programmed for that, so... I have no idea. Not an improvement I was planning on making, but it's an improvement that seems like it's worth making.
Are you ready?
I suppose I should set this game up for a controller as well, but the problem is controller's not really, doesn't have enough buttons. I have to change a lot. I don't know how good it would be.
I sense danger.
Okay, so the middle mouse button does not click. Interesting. I'd never tested this point, so I just can't do this. Okay, well, that's the thing. I'll figure out why later, but I don't care right now. I'm not even sure I want to set that to middle mouse button, because there's no guarantee their mouse has 3 buttons. Maybe I'll start streaming later. I don't know, like... It'd be so much more convenient for me if I could start at like 6 or 7 in the morning as opposed to stay up. I definitely like the left-right block and attack thing. I can improve the speed of those.
Are you ready? I sense danger. Don't even try.
What am I doing? I need to test the mouse. Works okay. So if we get to this one here, it does this. Oops. Nope. Switch, please. I'm just clicking all over the place now. Probably from being tired. It's the boss one here, right? I want to test all the dialogues here. Guess I'll turn them all on. I think you beat both Chuckles and that one on this map, right? I have so many notes that I'm checking up against. It's just... I'm gonna stop the player on each one of them, I think. Ugh. I really like to click the mouse and move any other time. Very awkward.
Hi.
So let's see. I'm definitely going to have to restructure this. Also, while I'm at it, let's toss these in too. I guess I only need to copy this part here. /V90. We know these work. I just deleted the wrong thing. Nice. What was I deleted? Something important. Don't do that. I need all these things here, don't I? Wait, why is there two of these? I should just autoplay it, right? Word it and everything. Nice, nice. Debating if I should call it for the night. Just tired. Only been 4 hours, I guess. Definitely feels like YouTube is not pushing the stream like it once was, though. Maybe it's not a very good thumbnail. Okay, so and I get no traffic on Twitter. I was just checking, like 22 views. I don't know, like maybe this engine just isn't good enough. Like, I mean, it's really hard to make this engine interesting. And I think it's just showing. I could run this code differently. Problem is I want this code to be the same there. Some of these things, I think I might be stuck recycling some of this code. It's going to be a lot of work to make it be usable. What we're doing is just deleting all this crap out. Let's make a variable here, and it's going to be just a global since I'm not using this anymore. Let's see, we'll tinker switches like that. Tinker block might be the one to use. Let me set this just to some. I'll make something for a second, but is there a Tinker blocked event? Maybe. She's so complicated, but she has to be. Chat block. More self variables, just a simple switch since this event is doing the enacting here, and that means Tinker story time needs to put a chat block. Which I just did. That'll stop it from talking immediately, which is important. don't even know on the streaming thing here what I'm supposed to do as far as best time to do it. And this particular picture is which one? Me? You could set a self-variable so I don't have to duplicate these two numbers, but that seems like a lot of effort. Set up a whole specialized system just for that. I got some watch time today. Let's see. It was like about 4 hours, honestly. That's not bad watch time. I mean, every new person I get, if even one person watches the stream for like a whole thing, that's like it's so much time. If 2 people, I mean, you know, if it, I'd probably be monetized if like 5 people watch the stream regularly. Seriously, be all it would take. Let me block the portals here. Let's see. I'll take a ref portal blocked. Actually, I can just do it in player lockdown here and just change it like that and player freedom. Alright, so... I have no idea. There's so many things that are just there. Portal blocked. 37. Actually, let's do this here. They're all in the same outline I'm thinking. And all this mess on the portals. I don't remember. Right here. That should fix this problem. Definitely thought the game would get more attention to the stream.
You ready?
Must have been on this page.
Hi.
Let's see, for Tinka here. Much is portal active already? It's like I just need to put in more dialogue for everything. Oof. Yeah, maybe I'll call it. Yeah, I guess I'll go a little longer. I was thinking about it. I was like, do I keep going? I don't know. I have to do. Do I tell them about Chuckles McFunny there, or do I? It probably makes it easier if I just tell them about that there, and then I have a different dialogue when you get out that rewards the player for beating Chuckles. Which I'm all about making it easier thing. They're having to have an additional setup where, well, I mean, I guess as long as the switch is being checked. It would be fine? Because the way I have it right now, you would get to his painting, go in there, and then upon beating him, you'd be given a different reward. So we check again when you leave the area. Or I make a slight change to this other dialogue and say it right afterwards. Makes more sense for her to say it in front of the painting though, doesn't it? Alright, well, let's just add that then. Oh yeah. At first I was like, maybe I should protect all these plugins. Then I tested it, and it just makes the game run so badly that it just isn't even worth the time. Yeah, like a lot of them you can just use, so test them out, whatever. I actually considered releasing a version of the game where all it is just the project file, so people can just learn from the things like that. I think there's more interest in the project files than there is in the actual game. They can just literally see it, you know, how I did everything. Non-exclusive rights to, you know, all these, just don't, you gain non-commercial rights. You can't resell it or repackage it or anything, but you'd be able to see how it was all done, learn from it. I'm sure people will copy all kinds of code out of it, but at least there might be interest. At least there might be interest. Oh, yeah, well, thanks. I definitely like doing art. It is my favorite part of this. And I'm just trying to decide if I'm gonna put the if I'm gonna put like a bunch of dialogue at a painting and then do the reward dialogue right afterwards, or if I want to put the dialogue and the painting beforehand and then do it. I don't know. I think it does make more sense to put it at the painting. So this one here, let's see. Not that one, not that one. This one is... I'm guessing it needs to say story too, right? The real plugin that should be the most awkwardly weird one has got to be the little creator plugin. That one makes whole worlds. I didn't even clean the plugins up before releasing them, to be honest. They probably need a good cleanup, and there's so much crap in them it doesn't need to be there. I think later versions will clean them up a bit, so they're less commented, you know, code that's like, well, maybe I'll use this. And God knows what else I put in there. Yeah, so Chuckles pre-fight, I'm assuming on this one is on. And Chuckles pre-fight happens at which one? Pinky's Lair, Story 1. Story Time 1, I should say. 12. So we gotta change these two numbers here. Nope, not on that one. Never on that one. I could divide each of these up into different maps so that I don't have to go through all this code over and over. Would be a good idea, probably. Just having all the code on the same page can just get so ridiculous. Look back through later. Okay, and then now we're on to that wonderful code here. And this thing here. Oh yeah, you gotta remember the, apparently my art is awful, according to that reviewer. Can't forget that. Should have used the RTP, apparently looks way better. Welcome back, Fearless. Oh, actually, never mind. That's Dave M. Never mind. No? Wait. Did you switch? I don't remember. Like the handful of hours of sleep I've gotten in the last couple days is really winning the day. Is there a record of that anywhere? Yeah, okay, it is you, Fearless. There we go. Good old Streamlabs keeps track of the chat that far back. YouTube doesn't. Weird. So we do this. Okay, so I haven't written the dialogue for this one. But it is the same event. I just need to put a bunch of stuff in here for that and reward the player. Also, on this one, I need to change out the pre-fight to turn this one off. This is to turn it off. So I need another one ifs on this one, don't I? Right, I did it for this one. I need another if. Oops. Mistakes were made. And then I know for certain I need the bounty thing here. I haven't written a new bounty yet, though, so I think I'm just going to have it give this over to the player. I think that's the last thing I need to actually put on this map. Because then Adixon is on there, and I can just let Annie explain Adixon. That would make sense. I don't need that. I need this. My collection of information here. Yeah, nothing else is actually said on that map for her, so there needs to be a thing before the dollhouse. I have to write story time too. I think I'm gonna make a just Tinka story time too for purposes of so say map 2. Just so I don't have to keep scrolling through all that. That's just so much crap. It'll get so long. I don't need this one. Put that back in there. So much fixing required here. Let's see if it stops to play with each one of these things here. Oh wait, it wouldn't do that because I haven't turned all the switches on yet. I only get one or the other on those. The amount of time that goes into setting up the story and everything is just insane. So much time.
Are you ready?
Oh, it does the portal really fast. I need to fix that.
I sense danger. Don't even try. I need more energy. Better luck next time.
Derp. I should have her turn towards Tinka for the every time she talks. And since I've logged Tinka's event thing there, I can always just use that as a fun means of figuring out where she's at.
Hi.
Not sure why she said hi in there.
Are you ready?
I've got a lot of the story and I still have to write a bunch of it, so Is that... I need to change the lock variables, I think. Oh, maybe I do. Story time 2 has to be completely written. One day I'll fix this problem. Fortuna's house goes there. The fight against the Teddies is there. I assume Miranda will get unlocked and spawn right around here. It's fair between the two. Where is that even at? Last one's here, so that's a 217. This is a 280. So probably about 204. That reminds me, I had a better version of the Miranda spawner here. What number did I say? I don't remember. I said a number. It was a good number. I enjoyed the number, whatever it was. I don't know why this isn't at an even increment. Usually they're at an even increment with each other, but for some reason this one is not. It's like 2 off. It seems so weird to me. Maybe there was a reason. I don't know what it is, but then that puts out an even number of 220 and that, so we'll just put her at 200. That should put her somewhat in between, I imagine. Oh, I want to go directly to that map. Miranda does not spawn on this map. Fortuna does not spawn on this map. Fortuna is done differently anyway, so it doesn't matter. 19.
Hi. Bye.
Oh, I see. Probably turn the event on. Just saying. Also, Annie's on should not spawn on this map. Gooseberry would not spawn on this map. Tinker spawns on all maps. Box shop makes no sense on this map. Spawn stuff is good. Down the list I go. So many things to do. I really missed the mouse movement for these. Hmm? Ah, okay, it's this. Does need to be there. Only because I'm jumping maps. There's a bunch of switches that I flip in the wrong location, so if I skip that map, they won't be flipped, and it's just doesn't work out so well. Failed that camera of operation, not surprising.
Hi.
I didn't want to do that. Whatever, sure.
Bye. Hi.
I just wanted to summon a friend.
Bye. Hi.
Okay, that was quick.
Bye.
There's like a bit of a lag there. It's okay, I'm just doing the rewards thing anyways. It doesn't really matter that much. If it's perfect, because I'm taking it out of the regular game anyway. There she is, standing there doing her thing. I decided she should be standing on a dead voodoo doll. Beat it up. I considered having her as like a random end fight thingy, like a secret fight, but the problem is I have no idea how I would code her fighting thing for that. It'd just be so weird for this game. I don't know how you would fight her. She just runs away. She'd be so hard to catch. Almost impossible to actually successfully fight her. I should actually ditch this and have an end painting. Yeah. This is interesting, but it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just kind of there to show off that this is where the end is, but I don't know. I got a lot done today, though. I mean, I have a system set up for that now. It's not a great system, but it should work by tomorrow. I think I should have it all done and able to put up there for the prototype 2 with the assorted improvements. I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do on a lot of this stuff here. I think they already do. I'll have to double check that. I think they do. That's what I want to actually fix for this, or what I want to push towards the next prototype. Because the second prototype of this should be out hopefully by Saturday. So what can I get done by Saturday? And then the next week will be what can I get done by the next Saturday, and so on down the line. Well, I guess my last stream of the week is on Saturday. So I would want to have it up on Sunday at that point. Yeah. That's probably how I want to do it going forward. Assuming I want to provide perpetual updates to this. I mean, assuming people like it enough to even mess with it. If they don't, well, that's why it's a prototype, because sometimes you realize nobody cares. So why would you bother? But we'll see. Yeah, I need an end window here. I don't like this window. It's not a window. I mean, it's not a window. It's not a painting. So I think it needs to be, because this just seems wholly unnecessary and weird. It just looks strange. Unless I put a painting over it. I don't think I want to do that, because the painting is actually, I think a solid image, right? Let me double check this. Might not be, I don't remember. Yeah. I don't even use this one anymore, right? It's just an extra extra meg of stuff I don't use. I'm gonna go ahead and just set it to the side in a thing here of unused images. I already have a directory for this, but let's just go ahead and move that over there, because I'm pretty certain I don't use it. I copied it, but on a different drive, so it didn't delete this one. Yeah, the only reason it hides that weird effect of the spinning cards is because it's behind this circle here, so it makes more sense to have a simple wall. It's fair. I don't think I need two of these. I don't think I need both of them at all. I might save a couple megabytes on the download. I'm sure everyone will care. I can sense the amount they care already. Nobody cares. Not at like 1 or 2 megs. Irrelevant. There's a lot of things I'm not actually using it. They just kind of got left in here because I didn't clean the thing very well. I don't even know what I would use the ending scene. I could use the mansion or something like that. I just don't. Doesn't seem very fitting for the end of a prototype for that to be a thing. Not that many people are going to play to the end of the prototype. I could just leave it as it is for now. Yeah, the lack of mouse movement sucks out here. I like it so much. I don't like it at all in the story if I turn it off, but if it's in the regular gameplay on the dungeon, it's great. It works way better with it off. That's the problem with having two different visual styles, I think. Could have the whole game in 2D in like a brawler and just have you cast spells and do things like that. That'd be kind of fun. It's like straight up the whole thing was just like a 2D brawler. Huh. I guess I just leave this as it is for now. I just don't have another option at the moment unless I want to. Well, actually, I guess I have an idea here. I don't know if it's a good idea. but it's an idea. Let's see what it looks like with the other one. I think I changed it for a reason so it didn't do that. And that's why I made a special wall just for it. But let's assume I didn't do that, because it's more fun if we assume that. In which case, we'll test. Well, I guess that's fine. It makes more sense than the random hole in the wall. Mostly because then Tinka's, you know, otherwise it establishes a really weird lore issue where there's a hole in the wall, but somehow Tinka is not in a painting. And if she's literally a ghost that can only travel between paintings in the attic, then she can't just be in a hole in the wall. It doesn't work. So purely from that alone, I think I just switch it to this so that, you know, it's perpetually there. So she's lore-wise logical. It is missing the overall layer, though, over the top of it. We can fix that. Wait, why is painting on false? If it's a painting wall, shouldn't it be on true? Is that not how the paintings work? How is story setup coded? Spawn's 117. What is 117? I assume it's the overlay. Yeah, the painting texture. So I want the painting to be true. Why in the world would I set it to false on that? That should fix it. Give me the effect I want. Keep the lore strong. Yeah, I think the title screen should actually have some sort of painting on it. There's so many paintings in here. After all, the game centers more around Tinka probably than Poppet. I mean, you are playing as Poppet, so it really centers around the two girls. In time, more characters will get added in, but the simple reality is I just haven't made a lot of characters, so there's just not... I can't put in additional stuff for them otherwise. Plus, this also acts like a world map, so... There we go, now it's got the thing over the top. Very important that we establish everything as a painting, including the way out of the prototype. I may even put the credits to at some point as well. Have them scroll with more pictures when there's more credits to even have. Not that many credits. I did like 90% of it. Alright, so that works. Solves at least one problem with the lore. Also, if that's the case, I don't need this image anymore. Hey, that is 1.28 megabytes that I don't need anymore. Can't go wrong with that, right? I use it for Fortuna's house, so I have to have it. Though technically, I could actually just put the painting. Okay. Yeah, I know it's important how much I save there. Just imagine those few milliseconds extra of download is too much. Nobody should have to wait that. Let's be real here. All these fog images I don't use. This project could use a serious cleanup. I went through and cleaned some of it, but I did not clean all of it. Not at all. I don't think this one even gets used. Right? Does it? Oh yeah, I took this one out. It doesn't even get used. Originally, Poppet's locked in the box, and the only reason she gets out is because the lock is broken on there. But then I realized, you know how hard that'd be to program into RM? And with that stunning revelation, I redid it. So that was not the case. In fact, let me just go ahead and reduce it by another 423 kilobytes. Yeah, this game's shrinking by the moment. I don't think I'm using the mansion either, for that matter, but I think I might use it again. I don't know. There's a bunch of images that I'm not going to use anymore. I think I only use the voodoo one that's actually I don't even use the voodoo image anymore. I think I'm just gonna use the boss one. I'm not gonna use the non-boss ones of everything, because I have two different images for every single one of the things. One for originally I had a level where you just fought the regular ones, and then a level where you fought the boss as well, but that's boring. So let me go ahead and just remove those two while we're at it, because I don't need them. Game's gonna be so tiny by the time I'm removing all the extra crap. I no longer show off the Bugaboo image either. That's unfortunate. I like that image. That is 5.75 megabytes saved right there. I'm just saying. It's not nothing. Really not nothing. No. Well, you see, the reason why those things are big is because they have these models that can do all these things, and I'm just using stills, so... Yeah, I definitely went away to make this really light. And even then, it's going to be a lot lighter by the time I've got the next version out. I just completely chop up all the extra crap. Like, it doesn't need all these other attic floors either. I'm not even using them. Like, this one's not used. I think it's just the remake. This one's not used either. Neither's this one, for that matter. I don't know if that one's used. I think I will use this one later. Not used currently, though. It'll probably be removed. Now I'm down 7.01 megabytes. Yeah. Use those. Yeah, those are just gonna be for later things, so they don't really need to even be in there. Probably I could shrink this down even more if I want. Like I use later. Use later. I'm not even sure I want to take them out though, because I might just use them in a bit anyway, so. Yeah, a lot of the games, these images are where a lot of the game size is. A lot of them are like as much as a megabyte all by themselves. And of course, the stupid number of character images, where the characters themselves are, not including the enemies, the characters themselves are 4,817 files, and then the enemies are another 1,245 files. But they're not that big by comparison, though. Oh, that's why I changed all those, didn't I? I think mostly this is fine. Actually, I don't use the puzzle transition anymore, for that matter. Or the broken puzzle transition. I don't think I use transition 2 either. Let me double check. These are all things I should have taken out a while ago. There's a lot of weird code in here that just doesn't need to be here. A lot of weird everything, honestly. Just set them both to 1, and then I don't have to deal with having 2 displacements. I can just have 1. Oh, wait. Transition 2 is the one that I actually use, apparently. But displacement 1 is the actual one I use. So displacement 1 says transition 2. Let me just set both these to transition 2 then. It looks much worse as an image, but it works much better as a transition. Oops, keyboard fell asleep. I've been meaning to make that change for a while anyway. There's a lot of optimizations that could be done here to really improve stuff if I want to. Also, these puzzle pieces aren't even currently being used. Neither is this puzzle overlay. Yeah. Now it's down to like 230 on size on disk anyway. 215 there. The cleaned up prototype was like, actually this is working prototype right here, right? 11. No, that is... Oh, this one's larger, but to be fair, I added some images and things, so I'm not surprised. Oh, this is also in there. This can be removed. I'll do that near the end. Before release. Yeah, I'm just going to keep on reducing the things there quite a bit. I don't even think this is used anymore either. Different ones of those. Probably not. I guess I don't technically need this unless I make the fortune area, and the fortune area is not even happening yet, so that's true. I really don't think I used the attic floor messed up anywhere for that matter either. Alright, well, that should reduce a lot. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about the plugins overall, cleaning them up, but yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I miss being able to click around on these maps. I really do. I do it all the time. I just never do it in combat because it's so bad in combat, but so useful in this. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I can't really disable it for one that easily. That plugin is a nightmare. In so many ways. I also have a giant lock I could put over the top of these things too. I might do that in the future. Right now it just says locked, but I guess I just gotta put in what little stuff I have there and then make a quick test on this map here. One of the things I could do is I could go back through and remove all the extra effects or things because I was testing out a bunch of effects or stuff that I'm not even using. I'd say like another 20 megs or something off of the actual thing. I think the only effects here I really use is this one animation here. That's it. All the other ones are kind of worthless. Okay, so I've botched that. I need to fix it. So the event for that one, it's not the last one. The last one is the portal. This is Annie's on, so Attic's on. 12. Okay. So much story work today. Story work is exhausting. It really is. It's so exhausting. So this is actually up here, right? Chuckles McFunny defeated. Sure. Is on. Do this. Map 12. 12, sure. Wait a minute. Hmm. Hmm. I guess I'll put a console log and just see what's up there. I need to fix that so it's a little harder for her to interrupt the portal like that. Happened. Wait a second. Oh no, it worked. There's just nothing to stop because it instantly gives you the actual thing. Because I didn't put any kind of dialogue in there yet. Hmm. Do that. I noticed I forgot to put this. There, I had it split right there, and I just didn't bother to chop that off. I haven't written this dialogue yet, so there's no point there. There's no additional things beyond this, so that one's fine. And then for this one, I haven't written a bunch of the dialogue I need. The only thing I think I've written is the prototype. No, there's a secret unfinished area. So I wrote the last two. Basically, I just have to write the second story time area and the stuff around Anna. Both entering her place and then when you're rewarded. I have a template to set it up pretty easy. And once you have a template for something, it's pretty easy to just keep duplicating things. My only regret is that the I have to constantly change the numbers. Like I changed two of the numbers like right here and here, but I could make an entire system so I don't have to do that. But do I need to make that system? I mean, it would take probably like an extra hour to really set all that up and make it nice so I can use it over and over, but I don't know if I'm going to save much time in the long run with that. And be a lot more typing, so sometimes being a programmer, you try to make a solution to something that is just so much more ridiculous than necessary, you know? Take that 1 week task and turn it into a 2-month task. That sounds about right. Sounds like the kind of thug life I lead. Alright, so I guess we can set up the things here. So the first one for hers will be not even Anna defeated. It'll be like Anna pre-fight. And then Anna defeat rewarded. I have to leave the actual boss defeated things on because they're checked in other locations. That's why there's an additional thing to make certain that I flip this off so that they don't try to hand a second reward to them. Alright, and then story time 2. And then Snuggle Waffle pre-fight. Snuggle Waffle defeat rewarded. And then end of the prototype. This one's going to be a lot more, well, is it more? I guess it sort of is, because there's no thing before. Like Binky's initial thing is talked about. when you first get into the level area. So let's see. Let's make an Anna pre-fight. And then these are slightly variant. So we do that because the pre-fight doesn't do that. In the case of a pre-fight, it just turns it off. It would be nice to standardize this, it really would. Auto map. Still number 3 though. You know, I already have the joke that, you know, she's, you know, Anna, leader of the Bell, like Annie Bells, and, you know, she literally has a quest for whom the bell tolls. Like, the bell is spelled like this. I'm literally running as many Annabelle jokes as possible in here. I don't know if I need more. Maybe I could just beat the dead horse a few more times. And then we'll just go ahead and copy this up here so I don't have to do a lot of the extra work. I mean, the game's only got 4 bosses so far. You see how much effort goes into just that? Jeez. What's the reward for beating up Anna? I don't remember. I wrote all this information about her bounties, and now that I'm dividing it up, it's not even important anymore. Oh. I see. The secret reward. But the secret reward no longer matters. Put it in place for now. But it does no longer matter, so that's a problem. Whatever info is going to go in there eventually. I don't know what it's going to be. Story time 2. So I still gotta change the events out too. One thing at a time. Nope, I'll grab one. No reward for those. It might end up being a reward soon. I haven't programmed any new abilities though, so I don't know how I feel about that. I could actually switch up Fortuna's stuff and all that too, and make Anizon have less rewards, and I could definitely tweak it around a bit so that I don't have to add additional rewards into the game. Because I mean, well, I can give her like star armor for winning that or something like that. I don't know. Think about it. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this. I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then let's just copy pasta story time, but instead make it end of the prototype. I guess I want to copy the dialogue here and drag it over. Just for the two characters so I don't have to remember. That will do. Part of me wants to just keep streaming as long as possible just to see if I get additional views the longer I go. The other part of me realizes he's exhausted and hasn't slept all that much for a while. Keep staring off to the side a little bit, going doo 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 doo. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think that the best thumbnails so far have proven to be pictures of a face zoomed in. I really just need to make a better everything for those, honestly. Yeah. I'm real spacey at the moment. Just staring off into the thing. Not helpful. Oof. I guess I'll go a bit longer just because I want to finish doing at least this part. I gotta write a bunch of the text anyway, so at some point I'm gonna run out of things to put in here. Then tomorrow I'll just make a point of putting those in there, like putting things when you beat the bosses, so that it goes to after you beat the boss, you'll pop out, it'll do the thing. Maybe like, Julie, you do the thing, and it'll do the thing, it'll be great. The only good thing about The Legend of Korra, Julie was awesome. Everything else, absolute trash. Julie, amazing. Little fourth wall breaking. What that's just here for the prototype. Right, so that's in there. Now I gotta write something for Snuggle for being beaten. Maybe make a list of what I want to get into prototype 2. I really think that's what I should do, so I know exactly what I'm focused on, because we're treating this like a game jam, in which case I have 3 more days to put everything in it that I want. So I will say for prototype 2, well, put it as 1.1, but I think it was be prototype 2, honestly. Alright, and then we'll make prototype 3 down here, right? So make it farther down here. I have this. I don't think I need to actually have the other thing spawn. You gotta remove that. It only needs to spawn one thing. I think I'm just going to leave this as an option, but I think I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to spawn the dead voodoo doll there. On the opening cutscene, I'm not going to run this either. I'm just going to leave it like this because I now have the ability to skip it from the start, so it seems if you're in it to win it. That's my explanation. It's so much shorter now anyway. Okay, I don't need this because I have a giant version of it now. I would like to fix this problem. It is a real issue that I think should be fixed ASAP. I need to make these. It's going to be a problem. Ondose needs to be removed. It's just garbage. It doesn't need to be there. Designed very poorly. Those are just their awards table, so I know what's going on. Already in. Alright, are you doing that? I think this just needs to be fixed. These are like real problems that I don't like at all. I might need to simply remove it and find a replacement. I have no idea. Did I miss that twice? It's already kind of covered there in that, isn't it? I don't remember this doing anything. What's definitely going in prototype 3, I think, is look at how much crap is here. There's no way all it's getting tossed in there. That's something I want to try to fix early on. Well, is it important? I don't know. It's probably getting put in this prototype, though. These are probably going in later. Honestly, I don't care that much. Same thing with Fortuna's Terror game. Yeah, I'm pushing that. I don't care. This thing's mostly about restructuring the story, so. This should be up here. I was already working on it, but it seems to not be working the way I want it to. I have not been able to duplicate this error, despite doing many attempts. This is part of the same bug of the where are you at? The choice plugin doesn't always hide the choices, so it's the same thing. I don't need it again. He does, I added him. The guy that listed twice for that fortune again there. This is a real dumpster fire of what's going on here. Okay. Alright. Just need a very good roadmap here. Not doing that. I don't put that because I thought about it and realized that might actually not be funny. It might have some horrible connotations for people. I don't know about this NPC stuck during the day. Yeah, I think those are what I really want to get done. This really is about a story restructure. After all, the only review I really have is a guy sitting there, you know, telling me how crappy my intro story is for 30 minutes. So yeah, I don't really need to put extra in there. So I think really, if this is my plan, just these. And that should easily cover me for a bit. And if I can push it out faster, sweet. If not, fine. I mean, just this huge restructuring of the entire story takes a bunch of time. And it's already fixed a bunch of errors and changed the movement things and changed the controls. Oh yeah, tutorial, actually. Image showing the controls played at the start. That should be fine. I think that covers literally everything. Oh, yeah, a dude made fun of my icon too. Didn't like that either. Jesus. Is there even a plugin for bindable keys for RM? I don't think so. I don't want to find that on stream. That's so much effort. And it's definitely not going in this version, I don't believe. Question mark? Maybe. I don't think it is though. I think it's definitely going in prototype 3. Bindable keys. Yeah, this is prototype 2, definitely. Let's just this and finish writing some dialogue. Alright, well, it's like 8 a.m. here and all that, so with no one currently watching, I'm definitely headed out. No. Have a wonderful night, evening, morning, or whatever it is for you. I'm off to sleep. This is Imaginary Villain signing out. Later.